Welcome to round 4 of the 2024 Inari Panang Chess Festival. We're going to be following mainly Hakeem Live's game, but also whatever top board that we may have and games that we may find interesting. And if chat, you want us to take a look at a game, we will do that. I am your host, Planet Chess Club, and welcome to round 4. If I didn't say it already. What has happened to my feed? One second. Something's happened. It looks very dark. Let me take a look to see if I did something here. There we go. I realized I didn't. I used a chroma key instead of a mask, but that's okay. What's up, Reman? Welcome. Trini, welcome. YouTube, welcome. Twitch.tv _ Hakeem Live, welcome. Twitch.tv / Planet Chess Club, welcome. We are live at all places. Trini, power up, welcome. Thank you. Excuse me. Woo. That was much needed. All right. We're going to have a co-host today in the form of Brooklyn Racing, a longtime friend of Hakeem and myself. We'll get him in the call in just a few. I am setting that up now. Okay. That's there. Let's see if we can go ahead and get Brooklyn online here. Through our Discord call. Testing, testing. Let me get to where I can check your audio. Go ahead and say something for me.
Testing one, two, three. Sally sells seashells by the seashore.
All right. I think we're good there. If chat wants to confirm that for us, any chat in the world, whether it be YouTube,
Yep.
twitch.tv/ Planet Chess Club, or twitch.tv/ Hakeem Live. Abdullah says, okay, we have handshake and clock has started. Game has begun. Let's make sure that we have our game. Uh, I'm going to do my due diligence. We have a move. I'm going to go out of the game, and then I'm going to go back into the game and see what we have. We had some issues in the first game. We'll give it a few in order to allow the DGT to catch up, and we'll see what we have. So far, we have D4, knight F6. We have a Grunfeld.
We're looking at a total of 9 games in the tournament. Is that correct?
That is correct, Brooklyn. And thank you for being my co-host today. I appreciate that. So, chat, this is Brooklyn. I'm introducing him here, Brooklyn Racing. And
Hello,
yeah,
everyone. Thank you for having me. I want to thank Hakeem, even though he can't hear me at the moment, for initiating the contact. I want to thank you, Planet, for allowing me to join you here in this co-host capacity and be able to give my novice take on the events of today.
awesome, awesome, cool. And so yeah, and Brooklyn's gonna ask questions and put forth some give hopefully some comedic relief to the stream. Other than my absolutely bone dry commentary. But we have a Grunfeld with knight A4 on the board. Let's check to see if any of the games are coming through. Oh, I believe there's probably a delay, so a 5 minute delay, I believe Keem mentioned. So we might have to wait 5 minutes. What I'm gonna do is go ahead and go to chess.com, however, and start up a an analysis board there as well, just to make sure that we can, in case we have some of the same issues we had yesterday.
And while we're in the 5-minute delay with players, I will ask a question, a novice question off the bat. I'm familiar with some of the openings, like the very generic stuff you kind of learn in the beginning, like the Rui Lopez, things like that.
Mm-hmm.
Um, what is the typical objective of the Grumsfeld?
Well, it falls into the hyper modern style. So let me get a board up before I answer your question. But essentially, it's like any other opening. It's to kind of wrestle for the advantage with a series of moves and ideas and a series of moves um, that black initiates the Grunfeld, so that black thinks will either offer a chance to equality or chances to play for equal playing ground, fair playing ground, so to speak. Where the position is dynamic enough to not cancel out into an easy draw, right? You're trying to set booby traps. It's kind of openings are the preparation of kind of setting questions to your opponent. So the Grunfeld, it's a hypermodern opening. Yeah, let me get this board up. I'm talking and not clicking things. So 1 second.
Yep, that's fine. I'll hold my questions.
Yeah, let me get this up. And so we'll just go ahead and play through the moves here. Hakeem is playing. Um, and so this right now we have a King's Indian. Um, Let me do something else for you, Brooklyn.
So was there? Oh wait, I'm gonna have questions, brother. I'm gonna have questions.
Yeah, I'm gonna share the chess screen, chess board to you from my end so that there's not a delay. So you have that now as well. You should. That shouldn't affect anything.
Great.
Um, And yeah, and so D5 is played here, and this move is the move that signifies the Grunfeld defense. If we had something like Bishop G7 or um, C5, C5 here would lead to Benoni positions. Um, Bishop G7 is King's Indian proper, where we see it, a total number of different moves there. But yeah, so we're in a Grunfeld with D5.
So one
Um,
thing you stated about the Grumsfeld is that it's used for counterplay to initiate counterplay. I've heard in the past other streamers and high-rated players say like the London is more of a draw type opening.
mhm.
Is the Grumsfeld like the polar opposite on the scale of that, where it's like, look, I'm not really fighting for a draw here. I'm letting you know right away this is going to be an attacking game and you're going to have to work for it, kind of thing.
Yeah, exactly. It's a very contesting opening. Whereas a London, the lines are kind of drawn early with the pawn structure. We can see that in this pawn structure, there's no tension, no pawns touching, but these here in the center, and that's automatic tension. We see that, and the tension typically doesn't get resolved early. Sometimes it does. Actually, in the Grunfeld, you typically see um, you typically see white capture here and play e5. Uh, I mean
And
E4
then
here
also by
and hit the knight.
uncontested, and when you say uncontested, does that lead? Oh, I'm sorry.
No, go ahead.
And when you say contested, uncontested, it typically leads to uncontested positions. Does that mean it tends to unfold into more of a closed position game where
Uh,
there's more tactics involved later?
no, in the Grunfeld because we have this early pawn trade in the center here. Because of this, there's white is gonna and because white can follow up with e5, e4. I mean, um, you typically see knight takes c3, pawn takes c3. So this is like a very topical Grunfeld position where you will see these two moves pretty much played next. And as you can see, white has this great pawn center, and it's kind of like a la the Aliokin defense where black says, "Hey, you can have this great pawn center, and then I'm going to try to sabotage it." Kind of like every hyper modern opening, we can see the fianchetto is a big signifier of hyper modern openings because you are essentially not placing pawns in the center, so to speak. Even though we played d5, this still falls under there. There's no d5 pawn now. And you're putting pressure on the center from the flanks, using your knights, using your flank pawn like c5, sometimes f5, but more often c5 from the black point of view. And you're just basically playing to disrupt the structure, and that gives the dynamism of the game, right? Because white is going to say, okay, we'll maintain this structure, and this if we're able to maintain the space, we're good. But black is going to have a lot of it's after c5 is played, black's pieces have squares a lot of times. The dark squared bishop, the light squared bishop on c8 is typically the one that you end up seeing getting traded off, or doing some things otherwise, because it's kind of like a French bishop in some respects, and where e6 gets played. It just depends, and like any opening, there are different variations. So it's just basically a test of how much does your opponent know. Do you know the lines better than your opponent? Because it's totally permissible to play an inferior line, knowing that if you suspect that your opponent doesn't know, because inferior isn't inferior if you are more knowledgeable and your opponent is less knowledgeable. It's more chances for your opponent to go wrong. You have to stay on point, move after move um, here. So I think we see the knight b6 variation or something here. Uh, and I'm not sure at what move order, but let's see if we have the DGT feed is working yet. I don't see any moves in the games yet.
And if we have anybody in the chat, please go ahead and give a shout out and let us know where you're from and what your approximate skill level is so that we know who you are and what perspective you're looking at this game from.
Yeah, I'm not very familiar with this particular line um, that they are playing. Uh, where's my?
And I am not looking at any type of analysis or anything like that. I'm also going off of the very limited knowledge that I already have and then feel. And what I would like to ask you as the primary host here is as we work our way through this game, if you could, kind of quiz me a little bit, just ask me, hey, what do you think about the next move should be, why, and then I'll get it wrong, and then you can tell me why I'm wrong.
Well, probably not. You probably get things more right more than you think. But yeah, we're kind of stuck. I can just get to the position on the board. Give me 1 second. From my analysis board, I'm just gonna put some moves on the board. We have knight a4, knight b6. Let's say knight f3. Let's go back because I think what happened was knight takes um, e4, knight b6, knight f3, bishop g7, knight a4. Something like this happened. Uh, Castle is on the board. Bishop e3 is on the board. So this is the current position. Yeah, this is the current position for better or worse in the move order. Because I don't know the line. We can figure it out though. We can go back, but I mean,
Okay,
so
so what
here's a
I'm
perfect
seeing
point.
automatically,
Yeah, here's a perfect point. What do you think about this position? How would you assess
uh,
this?
my first thing I'm thinking, just is because I've heard it said so many times, is night on the rim is dim. And while it is kind of frowned upon to put the knight on the side, either in the A file or the H file, it can be useful if it's done with purpose. So the
So,
first thing I would have to look at and try to figure out, is this, just a dim knight, or is this made with purpose, clear objective, not to just kind of keep it there and be stuck all game.
so I think I understand what this move is about. Um,
I suspect it would
s- if we go back to the normal
be
opening,
to kind of get the knight centralized onto the C file with
uh,
C5.
if we go, no, actually, well, maybe. I'm not going to say no because that's actually a possibility, right? Especially with the knight on b6 blocking the pawn moving forward. But let's look at a normal Grunfeld line for a second, um,
Sure.
where we see bishop g7, we see something like knight f3, c5. You see this c5 pawn in this position?
Yes.
Now let's go back to uh, this position, which is the game. Let's promote this to the game position because that's what we are. Is What happens if c5 now?
C5 now, you simply lose the pawn, and the
Well,
or
the
even you could
the knight's gonna take c5, right? Just like you were talking about, right?
right.
So we can say that this knight is precluding black from playing c5 here. Um, so let's say you want to play c5. So you decide, hey, I'm going to take that knight. Well, first of all, you could try to attack it, but it might just end up like, for example, if bishop d7, this knight would just end up like you were saying, right on c5, attacking the bishop, attacking the weak pawn on b7. Once the b2 pawn is secure, there will be d5 moves. If you play something like this, probably the best move is queen c8 or bishop c8 here. But we can see that this move is
Uh,
preventing black's
what
normal.
exactly is meant?
I'm sorry.
I'm sorry. What is exactly meant by once the B2 pawn is secured?
Okay, good question. Thank you.
You
Um,
said once the B2 pawn is secured.
uh, I was talking about the idea of in this position, not this one, but in this position where we are attacking, and in the idea of playing something like bishop c6, we would want to play. D5. Why would we want to play this? Because it gains space. At not maybe not immediately. So take everything that we're saying with the positional cue of maybe not exactly right now. But structurally speaking and time speaking, we want to gain more space. We want to keep our opponent's pieces bottled up and not being able to and stepping over themselves because that gives us more time while the opponent is organizing. We're focusing. You know, we're picking a target, deciding whether that target is positional. You know, and by position I mean we just keep our structure and slowly improve that, or whether it becomes tactical. Normally, one begets the other. You know, especially when space is concerned. When you have to make when your opponent is having to make decisions, or when a chess player for that matter, yourself even included. You know, we all have to do this. Um, when you're stuck making decisions. Um, about how to array your pieces, you don't always make the most optimal moves, right? And this causes further slipping in the position. You know, slight concessions being made, move after move, or over certain amounts of moves, and this, you know, that slippage causes, you know, loss. You'll eventually slip into oblivion, essentially. But if we look at this move, we would like to play d5. Why? Because then the bishop will have to go back and sit there and in the nothingness, and then the knight will block it, and maybe you're trying to play this pawn pushes. Um, it's just a natural thing to gain the space. That being said, there's no rush to do this because, you know, after things secure, I mean, maybe you're even playing b4 with the b pawn. But the point is that even after b4, we still can consider d5 because in a lot of positions, trading this rook off for this fianchetto bishop creates weaknesses on the dark squares that can become insurmountable with some king side attacks. I'm overgeneralizing on purpose, but oftentimes you will see these ideas get played. So you ask about securing the b pawn, and with the idea of playing d5, we're availing ourselves to bishop takes b2. In some positions, we may this may not be desirable, especially if we're doing this and not attacking the bishop. Um, Especially if we're doing this and let's say we don't have the our dark squared bishop anymore, which is highly unlikely in this position, of course. But there may be reasons why we don't want to do this. And so, really, by saying secure the b pawn, I was really taking a nod to making certain that we either care or don't care about it dropping off the board. With some idea of playing something like d5. D5 is not something we necessarily want to play. It's just an idea that was mentioned in the position. Um, but
Okay, and the reason he's being deterred from taking that pawn with the bishop on g7, if we could go back to that previous position with the knight, yeah, the knight on c5. The reason, let's say you do push the d pawn, the reason he's availed of taking that pawn is because you could then take the bishop.
mhm.
Oh, but then you lose the rook. Oh no, but you gain a rook and you gain a pawn and a rook because that rook is trapped in the corner of a8.
This issue right here is a bit more rare because normally this knight's out, so this isn't actually winning a rook in most cases, right? In most positions. Um, so let's assume that this c takes b is not possible here. But the main point is that after takes, the dark squares over here can become incredibly weak. We still have h4, h5, g takes ideas opening the rook. Once the bishop comes here, we do hit the rook if the rook is still here, and we make a mate threat. So that just we will regain that exchange if we must have it. Um, but yeah, I mean, but the specifics of this
Ah,
position
okay, I
are
see
saying
it.
that
You
yeah,
control
right.
all the diagonals headed to the
Yeah,
king.
it's Swiss cheese over there, right? It's full of holes on the king side. And so this is why oftentimes when black fianchettos, typically it's black that does this stuff. It just happens that way. That when black fianchettos, there are going to be issues with potentially and taking that rook. There may be issues with getting mated or positionally having that missing, and further attacks happening on that side of the board. Um, but yeah, so this is a board position. This is still uh, black to move here. So we haven't had any moves. Not bishop d7. This is the current position. Um, so yeah, so we go back a bit and we have knight c5 at this position. So this knight is meant to kind of stop black from easily playing this move because black wants to do this. This is the move that kind of offers black a chance to kind of open up the center and gain some control of things. So there's going to have to be, there's something going to have to be done. Um, so if you want to play this, and if you do decide to, you don't want knight c5, you probably have to take this knight. Because if this knight remains here, there's no b6 stopping the knight. b6 also allows the bishop to jump on this diagonal. That may not be the positioning, but it does allow it, and it's off the back rank and actually, influencing the center, striking across the board. This may be desirable. Maybe bishop here is desirable, but neither one of these things is probably desirable when this knight can still go to c5. So with all that being said, um, you know, Hakeem took time to put the knight there, but Black's best move is probably to take this knight and to allow himself some further development, and then probably to continue, of course, with c5, right? Arguing that, uh, we're getting back to the normal things. And notice that we don't do something else. There are other moves other than c5, but let me look at the computer evaluation says c5 is the best move. Um, so Black doesn't abandon the positional ideas that he set out with the opening structure that he played for, because that's just not how you do it. I mean, if you don't do the things that the structure demands, then most of the time you're asking um, for some backpedaling to happen. Um, and it's just the kind of move you play. It just feels wrong. Like I play the Grunfeld as Black, and like I'm banging out c5 right now. Um, Post haste, because it's not even that you need to recapture this pawn if white takes it, because you don't really get to take it. We can grab b2 now because hello, there's no queen takes, so we're actually threatening to take this. um yeah. Probably white should not Probably white shouldn't take this pawn, and we do have a
Okay, so then
trade.
I'm gonna.
We do have this position on the board now, and black played b6. Look at that. I don't know what this opening is. I don't play this variation at all. I've never really seen it. But b6 is a move. I don't think it's the one you should play, because you need to play c5. We just talked about this. But I mean, Black says, this bishop normally gets kicked. You oftentimes don't want to trade it off. He's going to say we're going to put it on the long diagonal. But this delays development. If you're not playing c5, then you probably need to move a piece. Um, like there is no other move really here. Being I like I said, I play the Grunfeld. You have to play c5 here. This move is, you can look at the evaluation bar. You see we're handing a bit more advantage to the white side. Um, what reasoning could that be? Um, we
My guess
know
would be.
we know
Uh,
c5 is wanting to be played, so maybe we can get ahead of the curve. We haven't castled yet, but I will let you finish speaking.
I was gonna say my guess to the answer to the question of what could this move be is that he's thinking I want to get my bishop developed, but because he lost the move by moving the pawn, it actually gives Hakeem an extra step in development, so he's able to get more of his pieces out and active into the game before Black can. That's
Yeah,
my guess.
yeah. I mean, and that's exactly what's going to happen here. There's going to be a development thing. Yeah. This move just seems a bit off to me. It's not a losing move. It just seems. But maybe this is Black's prep. Maybe Black knows this variation and knows that he's, offering a little bit, but hoping that, White is unfamiliar and doesn't, take the most trying course. Um, I would be very tempted to play something like Bishop E2 here or Bishop D3, but Bishop D3 adds some oomph to the situation, right? Because then we're putting our piece on a square that's undefended, and then this adds gusto to the move c5 because we now cannot take it, even if we wanted to. Um, that being said, we probably want to play d5 against that anyway at some point. But we do want to take. I mean, it's a free pawn. It opens some files, so probably we would want to take that. So Bishop E2 is probably a better idea. Um, if anything, because I just want a castle, but I don't like, I don't know. I would have to sit and look at this position for a while because this is not the way that I'm used to playing a Grunfeld. Um, and I don't play it very often anymore either. So, but you definitely want to get the king out of center. But there's no, I mean, where's the attack going to come from right now? If we're looking at, oh, I need to get my king out of center. What pieces are going to assail this king here? There aren't any.
Right.
You just played b6. There's no queen coming out here. The queen, there's no squares where you are going to. So this tells us that we have a bit of time, perhaps. Um, and here we can see we might actually. I'm looking at h4 now because um, the idea of h4 is that you castled and maybe you castled too early. There's such a thing as castling too early. White's still in the center. You're not really. You kind of closed off some of the dark diagonals. You did not open lines right now. Like I think if you play c5, White's like, yeah, c5, rook here, trading pieces and things like this. Yeah, I want my king out of the center, right? I want to get out of here. Um, yeah. So actually, let me promote. Actually, let me check and see if we have motion on the actual game boards. Uh, does not look like the games boards are functioning for any of the rounds, any of the games, unless they are still on some sort of delay, which is possible. Um, but we'll continue here. What's up, Metal Eagle? All right, and hope the stream feed is looking good still. Checking that. All right, cool.
Illegal. Good to see you, buddy. Been a while.
But yeah, we were just talking. We were looking at some moves, but maybe now. I mean, h4 is an idea. This is actually the position we're in right now. Yeah, maybe you can play h4 and start to soften black up over there, causing black to make some other moves. Maybe you play h4, maybe they play h5. I still think black needs to get developed for crying out loud. The only thing that's keeping the balance is that the white king is still in the center. I think, and the rooks aren't sweeping. But maybe you want this. Maybe it's good the king isn't in the center. I mean, it's still in the center.
Would okay, so we need to get to our final light square bishop moving just to open up the opportunity to castle if needed, is what
Let
I
me
would think.
let
So
me
my
look.
question is, would bishop b5 be a good move? And if he pressed with, say, a6, then we simply slide the bishop over to c6, attacking his rook.
So we take a move, one move, and we give our opponent a chance to, let's say the rook giving rook a7 is a good idea, stopping this pawn, preparing to play b5. We play one move and then two moves, and essentially so let's put this on the board actually, and then bishop c6. Essentially, what we've done here is we've taken time to trade off bad pieces for better pieces. We took a beautiful bishop that had all the rain to do many things on this board. We took it and we traded it off for this knight on b8 that's going to compete with its own bishop to find some squares. So no, I don't think this is actually a good move because it just gives time to our opponent. Boom, now we have to move our bishop. Boom, we traded. We took two pieces. We used two tempi to allow our opponent to play this move. So imagine this. Here's a good way of thinking about it. Ask yourself if you could take off this knight and this bishop and put this pawn on this square, and ask yourself, is it worth two tempi? Like you just taking off these two pieces and putting this pawn here. even without moving the pawn, ask yourself if you would trade this piece for this piece.
I would say no because it's a lot easier to cover more of the board with the light square bishop than it is for the knight that has not moved yet.
Yeah, this knight
And with
doesn't have
and
where's it going? It can only support c5. It doesn't know what it's going to do. Moreover, it can't move here. It can't move here. If it goes here, it's blocking the bit. There's some considerations, right? Uh, so Hakeem played Rook D1 in this position, which I agree with a lot. And the reason I agree with this is because it allows Bishop D3. Remember, we were talking about don't play Bishop D3 because it's on an undefended square. Well, if we take this, then we have potential, potential to make discoveries on the queen and a number of things. But before we go there, I just want to highlight that, yeah, we voluntarily take two moves out of our moves. We're on move 9, so that's roughly like 1/5 of our moves, and we just get rid of these two pieces and allow our opponent to play a6. Um,
and that Rook D1 move actually highlights a very important point that Hakeem has told me once. He said, "Think about what you want to do, and then think about what's preventing you from doing that at this time, and
hmm
how can you mitigate that." So
exactly.
he wants he wants the bishop D3 square, but as you pointed out, it is undefended. So what do we need to do to mitigate that so that you can get what you want?
Yeah.
So that makes a lot of sense there.
And so you see, and let's make another positional point. B3 just created a hole. It looks like the opponent moved. He played Bishop B7. Um, I mean, it's consistent if nothing else, right? And I was gonna say because you kind of like if you oftentimes this bishop goes out and trades out for this knight. But after b6, you just create the Swiss cheese situation on the queen side we were talking about, and then you still keep this piece. Like so, it would not be advisable for black to go and trade off this knight, because then this bishop just becomes infinitely stronger, and you might get hit with just G takes and some opening of some peeling back of the position in front of the king with h4 h5. Um, yeah, so yeah, I mean, I think this move is superb. You're still your king. Like I said before, the king is in the center. There's no threats of the dark squares or anything. So this seems very to the point to me. And they're just playing games. So yeah, I think Hakeem is handling himself well. He's very well on his way. There's going to become a point where, and I would say we're going to reach that point in probably 2 or 3 moves, probably 3 to 4 moves, where White's going to have to decide how to proceed with the king, pending some non-incredible blunder. This is just kind of a normal hypermodern opening, and that's why I was saying this might just be kind of like prep from black. Like this is what he prepared, the double fianchetto variation. And I've been on the black side of this, like I said before, but I've never. I don't think I've really ever. I don't think I've maybe in a bullet game or something. I don't know, but um, yeah. So I mean, from the point of view that it's a unique position and black isn't lost. Like I said, maybe black knows this better, and Hakeem's going to have to solve some problems. But mainly, black's main issue, I think, now is the fact that you can't break the center. We are attacking a pawn. I expect bishop d3 now, as consistent with rook d1, defending the d3 square, so that c5 and e5 moves hit a little less hard, and you're not taking away your options because you can't take either one because the queen is attacking the d3 square. Yeah.
Is it safe to say that Bishop D3 is now a semi-forced move just to protect that pawn on the E file?
It's more. It makes more sense, right? I mean, we could protect the pawn by pushing it forward and grabbing some space, but then that makes c5 all the more desirable because now the pawn is maybe a little bit more weak. Um, maybe when we castle, this bishop gets a little bit more purview. Um, maybe the d5 square becomes someplace we want to stick a knight. Um, yeah, so I mean, it's not the only move. There are a number of moves to for black. I think after bishop d3. So if we put bishop d3 on the board, um, the first things that pop into my head are not c5, even though I want my queen off the d5. um, I mean, I don't like black's position personally, so I don't know all the quirks. I would have to seriously sit here and invest some time, but I mean, like I really don't know. Maybe I mean I really want I maybe queen e8 or something. I want to be able to play c5 without having to deal with this attack on my queen, the discovery. The discovery is not okay. We don't get to play. I mean, I don't really know how to play this position for black. I would probably just go all downhill. I probably would play queen c8 or queen e8. I would make arguments. I would make up to myself reasons to play this. It's not objective, but I'm just telling you what I would do. I would get off this file, maybe queen c8 to say that, maybe queen e8. I don't know because you want I really don't know. I really can't decide. It's so bad. I might make a case for knight d7 because I'm already feeling in this position like very cramped. I would start this position. I'll flip the board. This position for me um, might start to induce a little panic because I'm not getting my breaks. Um, you can play one of these and maybe deal with. You're gonna have to keep a pawn in reserve so that you don't get a passed d pawn. I mean, knight d7 is such a natural looking move. I might play this because I want to stick a knight somewhere. Now I'm thinking about maybe there's a5, looking at knight d7 because a lot of times you want to, stick a knight on c5 or something. Yeah, this position would cause me to panic a little bit. You can look at the evaluation bar. It's not the top move. The computer's on. I'm looking at the. I mean, you can. I know you guys can see the variations. I try to avoid looking at those. Yeah, so it's actually saying queen e8 now. It was saying queen d7 before. And oddly enough, c5, which scares the heck out of me. Like I'm not playing c5. Like, but okay, it's only bad if you can do something useful with this discovered attack. I'm of like maybe you just wait. Maybe I would castle here and allow the capture to just. But allowing this capture feels wrong. Feels like there's just going to be a lot of development from black. Could be potentially better to just play d5. This is the normal move here. One of the main normal moves to see to c5 in the Grunfeld is just to play d5. It makes a lot more sense too that there's this, and I mean it's not easy. Like especially at the board. I mean, if you haven't looked at this stuff before and you didn't know and you're just not like my ability to evaluate this position is very askew right now because I am very unfamiliar. It feels like an uphill battle from the black side, and I would definitely, most certainly, start panicking. I, I would probably start panicking a little bit in this position,
It
looking
looks like
for
the amount of
ideas.
time. It's like the amount of time that Black has taken to make this next move kind of highlights that point that this is a crucial juncture for Black. They want to make sure that they do make the right move because so it could potentially sway the game drastically for them. But I
Yeah,
think
and more so
this
for
might,
black than for white. Like the
yes, that's
consequences
what I
of
mean.
yeah. I mean, black's position yeah is very precarious. He's on thin ice, and so he better evaluate properly. I wonder. I'm starting to think that maybe this isn't prep, or maybe he forgot something or mixed up a move order or something like that. Um, I'm not sure. But give me a moment. I'm going to step away for just a second, Brooklyn, and
Sure.
chat. I'll be right back here in a couple of minutes. I'll be right back.
So while PCC is away, I'll tell you tell you all a little bit about myself. I'm a very novice player. I would say my rating on chess.com is somewhere in the ballpark of 1100. I've been playing for a few years, but not consistently. Uh, haven't had maybe had two, three lessons my entire life. So a lot of this is very new to me as far as the strategy portion of it. But I do try to learn, here and there along the way. I have no goals of being a rated player or international player, but I am very inquisitive about the game of chess because I feel like it has a strong reflection of life, the cause and effects of life, things that you do in life, how it may affect you, how it may affect those around you, and what they may do, and then how you need to proceed based off of what they may do. So, yeah, it's an allegory of life. So, it's very interesting. Oftentimes, wish I did learn to play a little bit younger. I did not know how interesting chess was as a youngster. Um, Grew up in New York City, um, where chess is kind of a big thing. Lots of chess players hang out in like Washington Square Park. In fact, I'm pretty sure there's quite a few YouTube videos of grandmasters and masters of different levels playing in Washington Square Park against the Hustlers. Uh, New York City does have at least one grandmaster that I'm aware of, Maurice. Can't recall his last name at the moment. If I'm not mistaken, he might be the only other African American the only African American grandmaster, if I'm not mistaken. And for him to be from my city, I actually take great pride in that. And another reason why I wish I learned how to play at a younger age.
Who's that, Maurice?
Yeah, Maurice Ashley, that's the name. Can't remember his last.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
But if there are any novices in the chat, please do not hesitate to ask your questions. That I have a firm philosophy in that there is no such thing as a bad question. There's no such thing as a foolish question. The only foolish question is the one unasked. Or to take it back to the what my parents used to say, a closed mouth does not get fed. So if you
Yep.
want to get fed knowledge, you gotta say
We are
ah.
here for you. I'm having a cookie, Brooklyn.
I am having some moonshine.
He went with E6. Wait, I think I have the wrong position. Oh no. Okay. Yeah. No, it's good.
If he went e6, my gut is telling me that he was concerned about the d5 move you mentioned earlier. But the problem that I see is it still kind of leaves him in limbo with the knight still undeveloped. He still has underdevelopment issues, and he hasn't solved that yet. Is what my guess. But it does seem to acknowledge that that d5 was a concern for him.
I think I wonder if he wanted to play this move, but he didn't like such a position, or maybe we even go take this. But I don't see why that wouldn't be fine. I mean, that's some normal Grunfeld. Feldy type stuff to do. But yeah, e6 seems maybe he just wanted to be able to capture here. He's trying to play c5 undoubtedly. It may try knight d7 then c5, but it also may be that he wants to try queen c7, c5, knight d7, rook d8, c8 kind of stuff. It's normal to play this rook to d8 in the position. So, it's the only open file, completely open file in the position. Um,
You're saying the D file is a completely open file?
no, it's the only open file, semi-open file at all. I
I mean,
mean, yeah,
okay,
all
semi
it,
open.
yeah.
Gotcha.
I said open because it's the only one that has any pawn removed from it.
Oh, okay, gotcha. Tracking.
Yeah, so it's a position. I mean, that's the funny thing. These guys don't have an engine. We have an engine right here. We can see the top line is h4. Um, long term speaking, if you, I mean, castles is both of these moves are very human to play. I think. Um, I think it's highly likely we're going to see one of these two moves. I'm not sure what is Hakim's temperament as of late. Um,
Well, one of the things in a little bit, I've learned from the one or two lessons I've had is you kind of want to keep the three pawns in front of you, king, when you're castled. So if you're offering up a h6 here or h4, excuse me, as a potential move, does that cause any type of significant weakness for the king in the long term? Since you're moving one of the three pawns that would be in front of the king if he would have castled.
um, I don't think so because if we look at this position, what if let's assume the king is on g1 and it's castle, then there's h4 on the board. What's going to attack the king over there? The point is that we're playing h4 so that we can play h5. So let's assume that h4 happens and then black responds with h5. Well, that means the g5 square. It's funny because the computer suggests castles here. Why is that? Because the knight is defending the pawn, but we also just have this g5 square. So what's going to happen is either you at some point are going to want to play f6 to keep this knight out of the square, but what f6 is going to do is it's going to remove the defender from this square, from e6 and g6, which is going to make all of these pawns a little bit weaker. Um, Not to mention that there's still the third rank is free. Why am I mentioning the third rank? Because our good old friend rook lift might come into effect, especially after this pawn gets. We still have our light squared bishop. Um, we still have a queen that can easily access light squares, maybe even jump across the board in some fashion. So this is all the considerations of mobility that I would be looking at here in such an H4 move kind of idea and playing G6. You'd have to look at, okay, now we're hinging the whole pawn structure on one pawn in two directions. This pawn can become overworked essentially. This is just something to keep in the back of your mind. Like this is the stuff that sacrifices are made of on the king side. Things like this. So queen c2 is a move in this position. It's putting pressure down the c file, right? The queen on this square is not, putting pressure here. It's not defending c2. It's not necessarily attacking the king side. So queen c2 is a good move because especially if you're going to seek to induce f6 in some way, because I can guarantee you, and right now knight g5 drops the d pawn maybe because there's no other pawn And once you can play e5 or c5, there's no c3, let's say, to affect the change of the pin. Um,
Interesting. So
so
when you said that, the first thing I thought, because I'm a pop culture, I watch a lot of movies and everything, and I try to understand things through
yeah,
references such as that. And when you said that knight goes to G5 and potentially the push of the F pawn at that point, weakening the pawns on either side of the F pawn, it immediately made me think of the movie Sparta 300
300.
because of
Yeah.
their defense. Their defense was strictly uh, their defense revolved around the fact that they remain coherent and tight, and they have that failing swing
Hmm.
that shouldn't be broken. But if you do make any break in it, the defense kind of falls apart,
Yep.
and that kind of symbolizes that.
Yeah, and that's pretty much the thing. It's just small concessions. You've caused these weaknesses. Once this happens, these are just there for the rest of the game. You know, they may become further, even more weak. They may become less weak. But yeah, I thought I was
Also,
looking at the camera for a second. I was like, "Oh, do we have a move?" No, we don't.
also,
Hakeem
I think
is
you run
still on
into
the
the
move.
problem of having to use pieces instead of pawns to defend
To defend
those
pawns, right?
pawns at
Like
that point.
things become a lot static. Your pieces become a little more static. This precludes you from being
Right,
able to do things like put up your dukes. You know, like
right, right.
so one hand tied behind the back is not the way to go about it. So you want to kind of avoid those things. Um, in fact, castles in H4 could potentially even be inverted. Um, Castles is a cagier move, I would say. He castled. It's funny as I'm saying that he just castled. Did Hakeem, and this is current position. And the reason I say this is cagier, because if you think right now the human, when you normally we see like, oh yeah, when you're attacking you put the keep the rook behind the pawn. Um, Being castled doesn't stop the utility of this move, because the utility of this move is to break the structure. We don't even care if we don't have this pawn, because there's literally nothing that's going to come and mate us over here on the king side. So even after castling, um, white is still threatening to play h4, h5, because then it becomes more about this piece. You see what I mean? This is what it means to put your pieces on squares that you want to see them go to, right? Because immediately once this pawn captures, then you know, even more so, and as long as this king is on this square availed to this check of bishop takes h7 check, then that still precludes a lot of this e5 c5 stuff, because then there will be captures check and takes the queen, as long as this king is on, as long as the queen's on the d file and the king is on um a light square, essentially g8, then there's always going to be threats of picking off. These are the things you kind of store in the back of your mind. You're like, yep, when these conditions, like you store these conditions, you just know them naturally and innately. This is what it means to know a position and know structures, right? Or just, being aware in the chess game. Um, so you put that in your back pocket. So you like, yep, whenever these conditions apply, I'll I remember to check for this a series of events, these tactics, these ideas, right? Um, yeah, and so yeah, so that's what this is about. It's not about it's about disrupting the structure. So even if we get h4 in this position, at h5, then we're kind of getting back into the same ideas that we were looking at before. Um, Black has to get developed. If this king side, if this queen side, if this knight doesn't, man, if this knight doesn't get in the game soon, um, and if he can't make some pawn break, it's gonna be increasingly, I think, more difficult to do this, to get some things done. There are even ideas of sometimes moving this knight to this square, some weirdness and getting f4 in. But I mean, it just depends on what what's allowed, and the subtleties and the differences of the moves, of course. Yeah. So I mean,
Also taking
I
the
would
time to
probably
look at
play
the
knight
body
d7 here.
language.
What's that?
I'm also taking the time to look at the body language because I play a lot of poker, way better than I play chess. And looking at Hakeem, he seems to stare off into the yonder, looking at the other tables quite often. Uh, More of a disinterested look in the moment of the game because he and that tells me he feels more comfortable in the moment of the game that he
Hmm.
doesn't have to stress about it. Whereas his opponent here is head down, kind of intently focused on the table, not really looking around the room at all. Seems like he's trying to figure more things out, which maybe it's a slightly more comfortable position for Black, as you mentioned, based on the body language that I'm seeing. And I
Yeah.
also want to point out that any criticism that I make, both of these players would obliterate me in a second. So this is not criticism of the players. This is
No,
something I'm
observation isn't
noticing as
criticism for sure.
yeah, it's
Observation
something I'm
is
just
not criticism.
observing and vocalizing. Both of these players would it wouldn't even be a game. They could do it with their eyes closed against me.
So yeah, it's black to move still. I think let me bring up the big cam so I can. Oh, he's moving as I'm bringing up the big cam. He's played knight d7.
Yeah, that's a move that was somewhat expected.
Yeah,
Uh,
you you got to do something.
oh, I would suspect that the next move that the black may want to play would probably be something like c5.
Yeah, I don't think we're getting the feed today. The DGT feed. Yeah. If we do, it's going to be some insane amount of delay. I think it's broken. That's unfortunate, but luckily we had the intellect and the savoir faire to catch the game from the beginning moves because we didn't oversleep.
I definitely did yesterday.
Me too. 30 minutes over.
10 hours over for me. I blasted right through that alarm clock. Okay, so I'm going to operate under the assumption that Black does indeed want to play the c5, and if he does, what could I do to help mitigate that situation? Maybe something like pawn, maybe b6, where you're adding another protector or another attacker to that c5 square. What else?
Yeah.
What other candidates would they? Maybe
So that
rook c1, but I don't really think rook c1 because then you're leaving your bishop d3 kind of hung out.
yeah, but
Although
there's
you,
there's a pawn in front of it. I mean, I think rook c1 there might be just c5, but it gets hairy because after c5 there's bishop b5. So it starts to get more specific. We do remove the defender. So let's look at your line for a second. And then let's say c5, there might just be bishop b5 hitting this knight. There's also bishop g5. So we have to look at some ideas. Um, but actually, yeah. So Yeah, Rook C1 makes some concessions because this basically lets black into the equality again, and it becomes specific to maintain. Because Bishop B5, one of the first moves I was looking at, starts to tip the tail. The computer says it starts to tip in black's favor. Um, yeah. So maybe not that. I think we just can maybe Rook E1 and we just continue to just be strong. And wait because we're not gonna stop black from playing C5. The question is, what can we do afterward? Like maybe Rook Fe1, C5, and then we can play like E5 or something. I'm not sure. Like I said, this is one that I feel like what's supposed to happen here? Computer saying, oh, now it's saying Rook E1. Okay, I was just looking at maybe Bishop G5, but I mean, I don't really like. It's a move. We're trying to hope that he plays this. Maybe maybe knight f. Well, you can't play knight f6. You can hit with e4, bishop g6 again. Like I'm still wondering what about h4? But okay, so h4 and then knight f6 happens probably. Like you play h4, yeah, knight f6 totally. Says the computer, knight f6 because you're hitting the e pawn now, and if e5 you might just can play uh knight uh knight e4 and you still get to play c5 or something. Moreover, if you play e5, you also just get knight d5. But I was thinking knight e4, knight g4. All of these moves, the light squares become open. Actually, it says bishop f3 because if we take this bishop first, we hit the rook, so we recapture, and now this pawn is hanging. So knight d5 makes a lot of sense hitting the bishop. There's nothing to challenge this knight away. So we're moving definitely in the wrong direction if we're playing white. So we don't want h4 now. And that's interesting. The difference being, like, now that this knight's here, h4 is no good. And those are the differences you have to track because,
Another thing I find really interesting about check is how a move that seems to be completely away from the action of what you're intending to do can have a drastic effect on it. So, like that knight move is at the top end of the board in dead center, and we're talking about the bottom right hand quadrant of the board with the pawn move. And for the novice eyes, like those things don't correlate. Those things have nothing to do with each other. But in just a couple of moves, it's like, wow, that all you opened up the queen to be able to get over there now, and now you've got some threats you have to deal with. Interesting. Interesting how you can negate a move on the far side of the board with a piece that's not even near that side of the board.
yeah, and that happens. That's one of the more interesting things. I'm sorry, I was muted. Didn't want to eat cookie in your ear, but
Yep.
um, so it looks like the top boards, the feeds are coming in. So at least we'll be able to look at some of those as well. So only active games. Maybe they're still connecting the boards or something. All right, and then okay, so maybe we'll get the games eventually.
from a visual standpoint, as far as the players, reassessing what I said earlier about the level of comfortability from the third person looking in. Uh, the black player seemed to be a little more comfortable, slid his feet back a little bit. He's not leaned over the board anymore. Lets me know that potentially he's feeling more comfortable in this position now.
And he plays
Yeah.
bishop g5.
So we're looking to see probably pawn push here. No, you probably don't want that
No, your
pawn. Yeah,
f6 is not on the menu.
yeah, yeah. I just heard chess coach in my head like, don't move that.
Yeah, Ben
Uh,
Feingold.
yeah, yeah.
But yeah, like
Possibly the knight though, right?
what's that?
Possibly the knight coming in there
No,
to
because you get forked. You're gonna get hit with e6. I mean e5, and it's pinned. And the point is that you don't have the normal like chase the bishop away stuff because once this pawn here, you get hit here, and then you're getting hit here. So let's say you try this, which you should not do. You're gonna get hit with e5. If you try like h6, normally you could go here, and then this would happen, right? Um, this isn't what you want. I mean, how is white still winning?
okay.
Oh, because it doesn't matter. We're still taking this pawn. Like even still, we don't play this. I mean, we could still do that, but we just this is the point I was making. Even here, you still have just takes and attacking. Um, yeah, it's just you're dropping a piece there. So you're maybe I don't know which way to go. Maybe queen c8, maybe queen e8. I mean, these are pretty much your options here. I don't think you should go about bishop f6, but maybe that's okay. Um, I don't think trading more pieces around your king is the way to go. Um, Nobody's home. And now guess who's back? H4. Uh, yeah, just holding the fort, getting closer. But okay, Hakeem is away from the board. Yeah. So bishop g5 on the board. Yeah, so out of the three moves that were just mentioned, bishop f6, it's liking that one a bit more now. Queen c8 is second. So, and queen e8. Queen e8 is an easy move to play because you're thinking, I want to play c5 and I don't want this bishop to attack my rook and then make tactics or something. So this is queen e8 requires calculation. If you look at this, you'll probably decide against it. Queen c8. I mean, I guess it gets behind. It offers maybe some more resistance. It's just a bad position for black. It's hard to find moves here. Black has no pieces, not a piece or a pawn on his own frontier line, which means there's going to be no repelling. Um, you know, white can step across the line with impunity for the most part. Um, you know,
Yeah.
here are the only contested squares. Like we got these guys are free to move. Um,
Did he just move the F pawn? Did he just move the F pawn? He just made a move.
he played bishop f6. Yeah, arguably the best move. It's a toss up between computer land Horizonville and between bishop c8, queen c8 and bishop f6. So I mean, H4 makes a lot of sense. Yeah, Bishop F6 is strong. I think maybe this is this kid's prep. It's pretty funny. Like I can't tell, but it just might be. He's like, I'm gonna play this sideline. This is kind of a cagey thing. It's like, man, is my opponent gonna play the best move? Like we're on move 13. This is only move 14 for white. Black just played the 13th move. So it's like, do I specialize in some weird sideline, hoping that my opponent? Because like if white makes a slip up and makes like not a pressing move, like one or even two pressing moves, then we this game could easily just be equal. Like it could just be zeros. Now all games that are zeros aren't the same. Like this one, you know, even if this game is zeros, it's going to be hard. There's still 7 pawns on the board for either side. That's going to be an end game nightmare. But if the pawn structure gets locked, it could, you know, it after the pawns get locked, it's either somebody's winning or somebody or the game is drawn, right? And it'll be much easier to calculate because things will be, you know, there much, you know, fewer options with any without the pawn breaks and fewer structural changes that you have to keep track of. Like, okay, if this structure is this, then this means that these squares are now vulnerable. I have to mind them. My king can't leave this sector because to go chase the pass pawn that my opponent, you know, can potentially create because you know it just becomes uh, it's easy. It's manageable, of course, right? For most, but it can become more. It does become much more, I think, in a different way.
Definitely a concept that I've struggled with over the years. I've heard a lot of people tell me that with less pieces on the board, the decision-making tree becomes a little bit easier with as you lose pieces or as less pieces on the board in total.
Hmm.
And but for me, it seems like it opens up more space on the board to make more mistakes and more miscalculations because you have more options of where you can potentially go.
Yeah,
I'm, I've
but
never been able to resolve that in my brain.
so that's the only resolution there is having a plan, and your plan has to be founded in like attaining some goal, and the difference being like if that goal is worthwhile or not, not to you, but objectively in the game. Um, so, for example, like I said, like for, here's an like what happens if all of these pieces are just off the board? What happens if there's no piece on the board but the kings? Who's winning? Is a side winning? The pawn structure's imbalanced. There are pawn breaks all over. How would you evaluate that? And that's something that you can do that will help you to clarify things. You may find that by doing this, there's some square that you need to cover. Like imagine all the pieces are gone and the kings are where they are. Um, what? How would you go about winning? Like for example, the first thing I would think is that if I take my king and I go and attack these pawns, like I go over here, but notice if all these pieces aren't here, I could just go over there and defend it. Right? It's going to take us the same amount of time. One, two, three, four, five. One, two, three, four, five, six. Because we went a little further for white, but the point is the same. You know, we didn't have to go here; we had to go here. So this means that it takes. We also found that it takes uh, black one less move to defend this position than it takes white to attack it. Like these are things that's just an observation you can put in your pocket. Ah, I don't, you know, if white moves here, I don't have to go king f8 immediately. If I know this is the only place he's going to attack, because I know it takes me 5 moves and it takes him 6.
Okay.
You know what I mean? So I might have time for that tricky pawn move over here when he steps out of the square. You see what I mean? You see, there's not this is real thought process, right? This is a legitimate thought process, and how you should probably be thinking about it if there's nothing apparent, like, because this is the weakness. Maybe white's thinking he's going to go over there, and then black just says, "Yeah, no, I'm going to play c6 as soon as you get to this square," and just tell you you can't do that. Maybe you have to do this. So maybe we look at one, two, three, four. One, two, three. Why am I calculating this? Because I want to make sure I can stop this pawn push after I play c6 and still get over here and defend this stuff in an endgame. Because that's still possible. The king is just pausing for a moment on its way there. It's still the same amount of moves. But notice the funny thing about it is it doesn't matter how black chooses to go over there, right? It's still going to take the same amount of moves. The only difference is if you go here, you don't get this square when the white king is here. So I'm going. I hope you're following what I'm saying.
Yeah,
Um,
I am.
okay. Um, but yeah, so I mean, no pieces on the board.
Well,
Where are
I'll
the
say I
weaknesses? You know,
understand
it's
what
the
you're saying.
pawns.
It'll take me a little bit of time to really flush out the thoughts that go along with it, but I do understand what you're saying.
Yeah.
I understand the words that are coming out your mouth, not just but I'm not necessarily the full meaning yet.
So and look at this. Look at it differently. How can white has easy trajectory to go attack pawns, right? Over here. Uh, but does black have a similar or same thing? Like, what if this king does is if does the king go out here and attack these pawns? No, you can't approach this line. You can't approach this stuff. That's off limits, right? You cannot approach my pawn structure. The only other square you have is this one, right? So maybe this is a potential, trajectory if there are no pawns. Why? Because if the king is going off doing something, maybe you have to play this move, and then that opens up, and then maybe we can get behind you, right? These are the kind of considerations you can just make on a fly. But how many moves does it take? One, two, three, four. Some move from white. Five, six, seven. We're already at one plus one, two. It was six for white to get here. It's seven for black to get here. But seven because you also have to defend here. But you see what I'm saying? You just have to look at one is like what is possible, and then fantastically possible. If I could get my king here, I could win, provided that with the caveat that black can't defend. Maybe black actually only has to go here. Right, so we looked at the king going here. We looked at maybe playing c6, but there's another defensive technique, even in the same one. It's a5, and that I'm thinking about because if I want to go here, what if I just say you can go there, but what are you going to attack? Because I put my pawn on a5. Soon as you got here, I just took the time to go here. So maybe it takes me less time. Maybe I go here, here, and here, and then and I stop and I let you go to b5. And when you go to b5, maybe I play a5.
Okay.
You see what I'm saying? Because
Yeah.
now my king is here, and it only took me one, two, three moves, four moves to your six move idea. I shaved off two more tempi to defend this structure, but it is slightly different.
Yep. I just put it into another analogy, I guess. So essentially, I can look at it like, say, the kings with cavalry. Right, they're up on their horses and they want to get up on that move and giddy up. And both sides have their cavalry on the move. Just because say we're looking at the black side here, just because that cavalry gets on the move doesn't necessarily mean that the cavalry is going to be effective because it can't. It has to get beyond us that wave of archers, so to speak, before they can actually mount a good attack. And it would be far more difficult in his current position for them to do that, even if they got to the other side of the board like they wanted to. They're still kind of trapped as far as mobility from that point.
Yeah, well, you have to do something. Like, if you can't attack a pawn, if you can't make a threat and cause changes in the position that allow you to get to do more, then the game is a draw. Right. If you can't get through, then the game is a draw. If the with all the pieces off. So we have some moves actually. Let me make sure we're caught up, and then we'll check to see if the other games are finally coming through. What has happened? Bishop f6, bishop f4. I see is on the board. Um, h4 was number one. Bishop e3 going back was also good. Bishop h6 good. Anything is good. He chose bishop h4, and this is a hard move. Like, why not just say no to you playing e5? Right? Why not put pressure across the board? You want to play this move? Maybe I will trade and end up trading because making a threat against the rook. This is kind of the idea. It's activity that gives choices. You didn't go to C1, removing, why go to C1, blocking your rook, um, preventing, not attacking any of these squares in the center. You see what I mean? So I like bishop f4 as just a stop off move. It's not the best, but you see, we already have, according to the computer, a slight concession. I don't think it's a real concession here. But it kind of is because, um, you know, maybe there's bishop g7. And then maybe I can start, I'm taking away my knight can then come here. I'm taking away some of the sting of your forward making motions. That's a tactical thing. You get out of the way of the stacking, the combination, right? Because this leads to a compelling move from black. Like, I need to save my bishop, which gives you another move, right? Sometimes you do that when you're not under duress, and it offers you some different possibilities. Like, black is readily coming to the point where he can play c5. Black still has dreams and hopes of c5 potentially. I mean, it does allow for the file to open. It does potentially allow the c file to open up even as well. Um, so yeah. Um, and G6, I mean, G6, it worked out because, I mean, you're basically just going back. Uh, Computer suggests a6 for just relative equality. Other moves are a bit more difficult, bishop g7, but a6 just says, hey, I will kick you. Um, yeah, I mean, we'll see what the kid does. Hope I'm being clear, and things. But yeah, uh, we can take a look actually at some of the other games as well while we wait. I'm really curious to see if the lower games come in. Doesn't look like we're going to get them.
Okay. Another concept I've heard quite a bit is marrying the rooks. The white pieces are married in the primary game, but the black pieces are not. So does that mean that uh, black wants to get that queen off the off the eighth rank at some
I mean, it did. Yeah. I
maybe
mean,
queen
that's just.
e7?
Yeah, I mean, that's part of the opening principles, right? Getting your pieces. The reason you want, like, the effect of connecting your rooks is a byproduct of doing other good opening things. But people state it explicitly, but it stands to reason that they do work well in tandem. Of course, all pieces work well in tandem, right? We say that explicitly, but the reality is that they, if your rooks aren't connected, what does that mean? What's the implication of your rooks not being connected?
Less teamwork. You're basically fighting for self.
No, from an even more simple point of view, like what necessarily must be the situation if your rooks are not connected? Like what situation actually has to be on the board?
Oh, I have no idea.
There have to be pieces on the back rank in between your rooks.
Right, right. Okay, yeah, okay.
So if
I
your
was
pieces are
thinking
on the
way
back rank, what are they not?
developed.
Developed. So you see what I mean? This rook connecting thing is a byproduct of doing things. It's
Gotcha.
striving to achieve that is not really necessary. Striving to achieve opening, the general opening theoretical principles will cause that to happen anyway. And so to me, connect your rooks is kind of an indicator that says develop your pieces. That's really what that means. That makes any sense?
Yep, absolutely. Yeah, basically the idea is not to focus on marrying the rooks, to
Yes.
focus on the principle,
Yeah, because you
and
can focus on
good,
that and
good,
develop your
good
pieces to
things
any
will
stupid
follow.
square. Yeah, good things will follow, right? But if you're compartmentalizing, like, it's not over. I gotta connect these rooks, and you play knight a6, uh, b6, d. Like you're just making exaggeration, right? This is definitely an exaggeration,
Right.
hyperbole, but um, yeah, if you're focusing narrow-mindedly and single-mindedly on any one of these kind of maxims, these guideposts, then you probably you what you really should marry are the opening theoretical principles. When you marry those, then your moves tend to hit the mark a bit more. Um,
Makes sense.
yeah, because you're now managing the concepts as a whole, as opposed to looking at them in a more individualistic fashion, like that they are unrelated when all of these things are intimately and inextricably related, right? Like you couldn't have it any other way. So this board is tripping. Somebody touched the board, man. Yep. The feed is messed up on the top board. They had a Berlin. Yeah, and somewhere in here, somebody around move 13, somebody it looks like somebody told. Yeah, because Queen E8 was not played. I'm sure that probably was Rook E8. But somebody fudged up the freaking board, and it's done. So we can't look at the game. Yuck. Gross. I mean, can we reload the board? Maybe I can reload the board. Nope. No dice. I don't know how that's possible. That's yeah. Okay. Well, so much for that. We tried, chat. We tried. YouTube. We can see the chat there if you're there. Twitch chats, Hakeem Live chat, and Planet Chess Club's chat. We are there. If you have questions, we're here for you. If you want to look at anything specific, then we'll try to do that. Hopefully, if you ask for a game, then that particular game will be viewable, as there are some transmission issues with the PGN DGT PGN feed. So yeah, we're still kids still thinking. I wonder. I can't really see the time. Are we on move 15, 16? Bishop f4. So let's promote that.
Which channel are you seeing most of the chat? I'd like to be able to view it as well.
It's in Planet Chess Club. In fact, there's not most. There's not much chat going on actually right now. I was just reaching out to them, letting them know that we are here and we can see them. And if they wanted to speak to us, we are here for your questions. Yeah. Perhaps we'll try to take a look at maybe one of the secondary games at the top. Maybe one of these boards. Yeah, this one, the accuracy on this one makes me think this one is a good game. So we're not going to fudge with it. We're just going to go through the moves. And this game, in this game, we have, let's actually see, we have as white Alexander Chernyavsky, FIDE master, and black Mohammed Sheikh. So Alexander Chernyavsky is of Russia. Mohammed Sheikh is of India. I mean, I don't know if I'm supposed to say that because, I think there are under FIDE boycott, oddly enough, but, FIDE functions out of Russia. So interesting, politics and things like that, but we're not here for that. We're here for the chess. Uh,
Uh,
so what are we having here?
One thing
E4.
I'd like to bring
Yeah.
up, was mentioned it yesterday when we were off screen.
Hmm.
It is a bit of politics, but it's not like serious politics. Um, I heard that there, and I just happened to see a video. I think it was on Thursday, uh, that they're renaming Fisher Random into Freestyle Chess. Is that accurate?
Yeah, they've been pushing that for some time. I think um, I don't know why they would do that. I mean, maybe it's because of maybe because of Fisher being canceled. But I mean, if we're, my opinion is that if we're canceling things, then how far are we going to go back? Um, you know, Black people in America still don't have reparations. Yet
You
the
got serious. I wasn't trying to get serious.
no, I mean, you did it. I mean, that's the case.
I was just
This
talking about
country, the
the
U.S.
name
still
change.
pays, still pays reparations, as does Germany and other countries to, um, you know, the descendants and people that died in the Holocaust, Jews and things like that. So, I mean, if we're going to call things equal, how far are we going to go back? So, ask yourself what things are in common. I believe in love. I don't believe in killing and things like that. But so I think it's probably related to the late stage Fisher insanity that he was raving about, before he died, and
Right, right.
so
Yeah.
that's probably. And so if we're going to cancel Fisher, who was one of the greatest chess players that we know, if we're doing that in his sport, what are we going to like retroactively take away his crown? Like
So
where do we stop? I mean, it's the whole cancel culture thing is very strange. So we're renaming it because it's more catchy. Uh,
that's what I thought it was. I didn't even think
Freestyle.
about the social anchor. I didn't think about the social angle. I thought it was more of a change, potentially a change
Yeah,
to highlight the fact that
it's marketing.
we're gonna give it a happier
I,
name,
I'm
a more engaging
it's
name.
distasteful. I'm old school, so to me, it's just distasteful to do things for advertisement. I understand attracting, but nobody's gonna not play a game. I mean, people still play and love American football, and it's called football.
And I would say compromise and call it Fisher Freestyle. That way you kind of get the best of both worlds. He gets his recognition
I
for
mean,
coming up with
why
it.
do we need to call it freestyle when 960 already exists? Like, that's the best name for it. It's freaking is most descriptive. There are 960 random ways to, positions that you can arrange the equally within the rules of, within the constraints of Fisher of 960, right? With rooks being on opposite sides, king in the center, these kind of things, right?
Oh
Um,
wait, let's explore that because I did not know that. I've heard it called 960, but I didn't know why.
that's why.
It's
There are
because
960 perturbations of the pieces.
of the initial start position.
Yep.
Ah,
So why are we not
That's
doing that?
pretty
Everybody's already
cool.
doing that. It's called that on chess. Like, what are we talking about? Like, what? It's
Pretty
so
cool, and I
ridiculous.
doubt the average person knows that. Even like a novice chess players, I doubt they know that's why it's called 960. I'd like to.
So I mean,
Any novices
I
in the
have to
chat
pick a
want to
bone. Like
co-sign?
personally, I pick a bone because I'm like, if we're chess players and you're out here not like asking questions, like that's weird. Like when you hear something and you're like, like it. As soon as I heard 960, I was like, why? But actually, when I heard it, I was like, I bet there are 900. I just came to that conclusion. Right. I bet there are probably 960 positions that you can arrange. I didn't do the math, but then somebody said it, and I was like, checks out. It's close enough. I don't need to verify this for myself by doing math. But um, yeah. But at least there's a plausible explanation that makes 100% sense. Um, whether it's true or not, it is true. But whether it, not having verified it, it made 100% sense. Right. It was sensical. So, but like freestyle, like, like what are we doing? I mean, to change things for marketing is weird. I don't know. I mean, late stage cap, whatever. Don't. This isn't a political stream. These guys are playing with 97% point nine accuracy. Let's get back to the move. We have a
Yeah,
Sicilian
that's
with D3. Maybe we'll see G6, G3. Yep. Okay, we're doing the closed stuff here. The French variations with E6, right? There's E4, C5, E6 stuff. Um, okay. We have some slow opening chess going on here. Boom, 97, C5, queen's defending. We want to induce this. This bishop becomes stronger. Then we get an outpost for our piece on this square. and maybe some bishop f4 in there. All right, defending. Um, why would you put the knight over there? Wouldn't you play like f6? No, I'm just kidding. Maybe. But I don't really know these positions like that either. But this move makes some sense. h4, a4. Whoa, I hit the play button. Sorry. a4. Hakeem still thinking. Oh, guy played a6. That's a strong move. He played a6. Huh. So now Hakimi's thinking. We'll get back to that in a second. Knight a3. So they're arraying their stuff. Bishop f4. We see it. It's coming. Um, yeah, so I mean, now it's just teeter totter. It's like black has some decisions to make. You don't want to block the pawn chain and allow this happening. Um, I mean, that's probably better for black than it is for white. You, I would think that this knight is bad on b6. And so we will want to get that. And I think we eventually want to take this, but we probably want the queen not to be on the d file uh, when all of this happens. It's a theme, right? Like, the D
Why is
file is
that?
going to open. Yeah, black doesn't want the queen on the D file because, A,
Because then the
you know,
rook can slide over.
Okay.
yeah, then we might want some defense to this, get the queen off the D file. We don't want the pin because we eventually, the reason that I was suggesting that we even play this move was to try to get rid of this bishop on D7. It's blocking the D file. It doesn't have anywhere to really go. I mean, we could play bishop C6. Actually, Bishop C6 looks kind of okay. I didn't see this. I was only, I don't, when I started talking about this, I didn't really even consider Bishop C6. Computer's actually saying that that's the top move. Um, Now I'm seeing that as well.
And there's always this struggle for the center of the board, the four squares in the center with the pawns. Um, does that mean or equate to the fact that it's also ideal for the rooks to be on D1, uh, D1 E1, or
Uh,
vice, or on the other side, D8 E8?
so the pieces just do what they do, right? They're units of potential, and in the center, uh, everything is equidistant. So if the center is clogged up, then this means that there's some separation, naturally some separation with what the pieces can do and the influence of the pieces. For example, this pawn on white's own pawn on d5 on e5 is preventing the bishop's access to the things in front of it. Um, but this pawn is also grabbing a hold of these squares. It's a smaller unit, the smallest unit, so it's not like the bishop is going to challenge itself for the pawn, which means that who's got to challenge itself for the pawn? A pawn. And if we do that, then the pawn moves, and then we create, let's say, a potential weakness, a
Further
square that's
weaknesses, right?
undefended, right? So then it goes on and on. So, uh, you know, part of chess is saying, hey, I need to do this thing. Let me prepare it so that the weakness that I'm going to create isn't as weak as it could be. It's as strong as it could be. Um, yeah, but yeah. So I mean, I was thinking about Queen C7 as opposed to Bishop C6, because there's going to be some rook coming to the board. Probably I'm not sure until the pawns clarify. I'm not sure which rook needs to go where, because it may be that this rook needs to be on C1. And as long as this knight's here, it might need to do that. But so, for example, this is the kind of consideration. If this pawn arrives here, then this rook might not want to go to C1. Uh, why? Because maybe this knight could transfer itself with tempo by hitting the rook and then getting the c3, hitting the queen. And this might have some adverse effect because if this pawn is here, maybe we're trying to route our knight to this square. And now this knight that was here, it just suddenly can go here and and contest the knight that we wanted to sacrifice and do whatever make up a story um to do our plan. Um, yeah, I mean, there's just a lot of considerations, but let's. I'm gonna. Okay, Hakeem is still thinking. We'll
Okay,
go
so it
back. We'll
sounds
go
like
back to the game after Hakeem makes a move.
sounds like the ideal file for the rook is wherever the potential future break may occur. That
Future
way
or
your
current,
risk,
yeah. I
that
mean,
way your
maybe, yeah, maybe it's supporting a plan that you already had. So you were gonna, of course, move it there if you're wanting to, make that break, and the rook is needed to do that, or it's good because the file may become open, like you're saying. So yeah, the potential open files and potential support, pass pawns, for example, fall under that. The rook is better behind the pass pawn um, if you're defending and if you're pushing, right?
yeah.
It's
And I also
better.
want to clarify that when I ask these questions, I say, hey, should the rook be here or the rook be there? I'm not asking in a firm 100% sort of way. I'm asking, you know, um, situationally. If the situation arises, is that the best place for it to be as opposed to somewhere else? Is it a preferred place, not necessarily a set in stone place?
Um, all things being equal, pieces. I don't like answering that question. um, because I like because because of the nuance of the game to answer that question in an affirmative way, which is kind of really the real way to answer that question. If there are no caveats given and no um, other things given, so I can't say that it's preferred, to put them there. It just is because typically, look at the pawns. Are these pawns going forward? Are typically okay? This is a different opening where these pawns have been pushed, but in normal games, in normal classical style games, let's say this was a hyper modern kind of thing, maybe in the Sicilian. Well, the Sicilian's not overly hyper modern, but it can be if we look at dragons. But anyway, um, the center pawns typically move first, and they typically move forward. So the lines in front of them and the pawn trades, a la let's say e4, c5, knight f3, and then you play d4, and we're contesting pawns, and so there's already a file opening in the Sicilian. So that means that any piece here that you reach into your opponent's camp, what does it mean to reach into your opponent's camp? It means that your opponent has to be more careful about their placement. It means that certain moves may not be possible, which means that you have to step around things, which means that this is what control means. It means that you can kind of shepherd your opponent's ideas based upon your threats. So yes, rooks to the center are typically better. Why? Because these four files, the C, D, and F files, typically open much more quickly than the other ones, for
Right.
the most
Okay.
part. And you want the open lines. Why do you want open lines? Because this creates communication between your pieces. It creates threats in your opponent's camp. It stops your opponent from doing any and everything they want to do. It's kind of a bit of oversight. When your pieces can peer into your opponent's camp, this pawn is doing that. It's peering into black's third rank. The sixth rank. So this is definitely stopping some ideas that black would play. Like, do you think black would not put this bishop here? Black would totally put that bishop on f6 if this pawn wasn't there. You know, Black would totally play this bishop here and put this bishop on e6 on d6 if this pawn wasn't here and contest this bishop perhaps. Um, you know, g5 looks like a move, but we don't want to do that. That's bad. Um, but you get what I'm saying. So it's because of lines that you want to attain that you would kind of pawns draw the lines of attack. So, for example, even in this position, Black just played f5. Why is Black playing f5? He shouldn't be playing f5, but why? And of course, you should take it because remember we talked about that in the other game too. Like you asked about f6 in Hakim's game, and we're looking at the same kind of idea. It's like you have weaknesses. Now you're going to allow me to attack this weakness, which is connected to this pawn, which is connected to this pawn, which is connected to the rook, which is connected to the light squares. All of this move is a direct affront to h7. Like you play f5 here, you're looking for kings. You're messing up the light squares on the king side. Um, if you're having to take back with a piece, that means necessarily these squares become easily infiltrated. Your pawn is backwards on, like, I can play bishop here. Look at all of these attacks. Look, you see, and I can do this, and I can do that, and I can go here and threaten knight here, and knight, and you see what I mean? It just keeps going. You keep having moves, and notice that we're also talking about inroads, and all the ideas we're talking about. I'm going forward. I'm attacking the things that my opponent left. You see what I mean? This is why the open file, right? This right here is why you put a rook on e1, right?
Right. So essentially, if I'm looking at pawns as if I'm military minded, so I'm looking at pawns as if they're the frontline infantry. If I'm in a comfortable position with my infantry, I can move up with my artillery. I can move up a little bit with everything else and get a little closer to your position with my long range attack weapon. Like that, like the knights can now move in, right? If that pawn is secure one row ahead, then I can put the knight on the fifth if that pawn's secure on the sixth. I don't know if that makes sense, but that's what I'm thinking.
Repeat that because I was looking at the game and it kind of went in one ear and out the other. I'm
Sorry.
sorry.
I was looking at the previous position where the pawn was on the sixth. White pawn was on the sixth, and I'm
Hmm.
thinking, okay, that kind of frees things up. Now my knights can kind of move up to the fifth,
Yeah,
maybe sitting on G5 or sitting on G or E5
yeah,
a little more comfortably because I know I've got that pawn on the front line sitting comfortably there
yeah, and
on
that's
the stick.
yeah, and also, but this pawn is temporary. It's only going to be there for one move. It's of course going to be recaptured, which it was, and he played this. But look at this king. Like now, I mean, look at these knight. What is this knight doing? Particularly, remember we mentioned this b6 knight earlier. It is atrocious. It has no life. It has nothing to do, nowhere to go. So this knight is kind of out of the game for now. The king has nobody in the 9x9 box over here. That's a red flag. Um, uh, yeah, I mean the pieces. There's holes. What just got played? Bishop c1. Interesting. Did not see that one coming. Oh, okay.
He's repositioning, maybe trying to get on that long diagonal.
Yeah, but probably I would think that black wants to play these moves here anyway. Like black wants d4 and e5. I feel. I mean, but you can't. Maybe you can play. Maybe that's the point. Maybe he's trying to. Well, but e5 d4 is going to get played first. I guess. I don't know. This game is out of my league right now because rook g8 is the computer suggested move. Like what?
Yeah.
Why? Maybe it's just preemptively that the queen can get out, but maybe also so that the bishop can go back. Maybe the idea is that you reposition the bishop here to counteract this one. But I always figure that after bishop b2, there's just going to be this move. So I don't really think this is about bishop b2. I think it's more about not allowing this with tempo. Because now after this move, let's say black does play e5, you have other moves that can be made now. You're not having to move your bishop back. You kind of gave yourself more choices because you went away from the attack. Now, like there's knight h4. Maybe we attack some pawns. I don't know. This position is kind of strange to me, but knight h4, queen h5. We're starting to make some inroads, so maybe this is again why rook g8. I don't think why. Maybe e5 isn't necessarily what black should play here. Obviously, it says rook g8. But let's get back to the Hakeem game. We'll come back to this one because we are caught up. there. Okay, so we left it at bishop f4. Let me take a look at the board. Bishop f4. I think, yeah, a6 was played, and then Hakeem played b4, which is the top move, which makes some sense. You're just kind of stopping everything. You're not getting the c5 like you want it.
And you also slow down the continued A push, I think.
Well, I think this was made to grab control of this diagonal of this square. So maybe you can play b5, because now the other idea might be b5, knight b6, and trying to grab some other kind of space. You might still want to try to play for c5. I'm not terribly sure what's going on here. It's a game of inches, right? They're battling now. They're in the throes of war. um, yeah, I'm not sure. Yeah, I'm looking at the computer evaluation now, and it's suggesting Queen E7. And if Queen E7 is the number one move, that move is hard to play. First of all, because it drops a pawn. It's saying that this is the best line, Rook FC8. Right, and I'm putting this on the board because it's like, who's playing this? And Rook C1, like, who's playing this? As black, like black's playing this, and then you're playing A5. Like, this is the idea. All right, I'm gonna say it. If this kid plays this move, if he plays Queen E7, then I'm saying this was in his prep. Uh, if this is in his prep,
What those?
like, I'm just like, bro, like, no. Like, no, and I don't think this is prep anymore. I'm pretty sure they're on move 16. I don't think this is prep anymore. And they're not on move 16. They're actually on move, Black's 15th move. Queen E7? Like, I don't see the kid playing that move. Like, honestly, because it's nebulous, you're just giving the pawn so that you don't get smashed, right? And it keeps the evaluation, but, like, I don't see him. If he plays this move, I'm going to say the game is going to end in a draw. I don't think Hakeem is going to lose the game, but I think if he plays Queen E7, I don't know what to say about that.
What would you? Okay, I'm gonna call out a move, but then I would also like you to tell me what would be your human move. My move, looking at this, if I were playing, which is gonna be a bad move, I'm sure, but I would play A5 for the purpose of potentially taking that pawn on B4, and now I've got a queen, excuse me, a rook lined up with your queen, and even if you move that queen out, I'm able to target that lonely pawn on A2.
I think if you play A5, you probably are going to be in a really bad way after B4. After B5, I'm sorry.
Oh, B5. Okay.
Yeah. Um,
Like, yeah,
because
because now you're locked up. Oh,
because you
okay.
really are never going to get C5 in anymore. And if you don't get C5 in, this knight basically stays dead. It has to come out through this square. Or you have to play E5,
Mm,
and then you're going to get locked down again. And you don't even have the ability to play E5, or you lose a pawn, and the file comes open. Um, so this knight now has nowhere to go. It's on the D file, which is the only open file, and it's black. It's semi-open, and it's semi-open on black side, not whites. So, but yeah, this. What's going to happen is actually you're probably just going to lose this pawn as well. I mean, it's easy to just double up on that guy, triple up on that guy, quadruple up on that guy if we must. Like, let's say we put a rook here, and a queen here, and a bishop here, and if we end up with a bishop there, this pawn's falling. Maybe all three of these pawns fall later in the game. Yeah, A5 means B5 because you can't play C5. En passant, you're getting a fork. That's not going to work out for you well.
Yeah, I once saw a video of the great Gary Kasparov. Hopefully, I pronounced his name correctly. Like seeing something like 20 something moves in like 23 moves in advance, and obviously he's the top of top level GMs. At this level of play that we're seeing, 1800 to 2000 range, kind of. How many moves ahead do these guys typically see on average, if that's even a known quantity?
I think this kid just played Rook C8. Okay, he's trying to do the things. How many moves?
Yeah, because like I said, top GMs can see 15, 20 moves ahead.
They can, but you could see 15, 20 moves ahead. That's the calculation is not the hard part. Seeing the position that far ahead and seeing it clearly is a bit more difficult, right? But being able to calculate this and that, that's a pretty normal thing for humans to do. I mean, any of us, we think of any task that we can imagine ourselves doing, it's familiarity. Like for example, if I tell you to imagine um, walking up to your bike, um, pushing it, touching it to lift it up so you can kick up the kickstand, and then I tell you to get on your bike and ride, and you actually are imagining in your mind doing this. It's no different than I do this, I do that, I do this, I do that. It's literally a how-to. So if you
Okay.
understand your idea and your plan, um, you're looking to see how your plan can come to be, but you're also looking for obstructions to the plan. So I do this thing with my students where I say, hey, here's the problem. You can name a problem; it doesn't matter. And then you ask, what moves? What? Let's say there's a check on the board. Um, Oftentimes we overlook resources because we omit them for reasons. And this resource maybe shouldn't be omitted. It might be your saving grace, right? So I'll ask, what are all the moves to get out of check? And maybe there are five moves to get out of just check, right? One of them is a queen block, one's a rook block. You're gonna naturally you're going to do them in hierarchically. Most people will look at the uh, if you look at the queen, if you see whatever you see first, you're going to omit the queen as an option, as long as you see some lesser piece. If you see the queen first, then you're going to say no, the rook or the bishop. But if you see the rook next, then you're going to say no, the bishop. If you see, depending on what kind of check, then maybe it's a rook check. You want to counterattack. There's a number of factors that will come into play there, depending on what you already previously knew about the position. So it's different, like when being dropped into a tactic, right? Where you have no previous understanding. Maybe you see the last move, maybe you know what the last move was, but you have no previous context, right? And you know that there's something to be attained here, as opposed to being in a game like the one Hakeem's in, where you may have an inclination or a feeling due to your skills that you are better or something, or that you're worse, or whatever it may be. Um, but you still have to come up with moves to do that. So you would say, but and I digressed to say from my example of there's this check and then you have to get out of this check. What are all the things? And oftentimes you'll find if you do this enough times, you'll find that even you are missing things that you are omitting, because sometimes it's not that you're missing them, you're just omitting them before it, but your subconscious or your second nature is omitting them before they're reaching a point where you can actually think about them and recognize that maybe there's something else, a different connotation that you may be missing. um, Grandmasters have a lot more pattern recognition, and they've been more experienced, so they will see these patterns more over faster, right? Like they'll see that, hey, I can just block with the bishop, not the queen, right? It's a tuning that happens naturally based upon experience, right? I'll look at blocking with the pawn first. I will attack your bishop and then gain a tempo because you have to move away as opposed to blocking with my bishop, let's say. But the position, has to be that thing which tells you what to do, essentially. I don't know where we left off or what the question was anymore.
Uh,
Oh, it was how
yeah,
far they move, how
yeah,
far they
how many
think.
moves ahead?
Um,
But no,
most
I think that kind of explained it.
most decisions don't
I
really
just have to
require you to
digest
think
it.
more than like a few moves ahead, three or four even maybe. Um, yeah, most decisions don't really require you to think that far. Um, and a lot of times the reason is because you like in this position, the kid when he played this move, I don't really think he thought more than three or four moves ahead. Um, you look at this position and you say, if you take, I'll just go back and pin your piece, and if you play this, um, you know, then either your queen has to stay here under the penalty of me regaining the pawn and putting pressure on this pawn, or you're gonna leave your bishop's gonna just get stuck on a6, and maybe after this, then I can do something like take your pawn, and then you're just stuck with a bishop on h6, and then my bishop goes to d5, and now I have a bishop on d5, unassailable by a pawn, and your bishop's on a6, doing nothing, having just being literally a big pawn.
Okay.
Um, so yeah, I don't think he thought that far ahead. He saw that he could do it. He probably, I'll tell you, he looked at this and saw this idea and was like, yeah, uh, I can play rook c8. This is what he looked at. And he decided that this was fine and this was good, and he is correct. So rook c1 is good for that matter. Um, I mean, rook c8 is good for that matter, but there's still more game to be played, right? Um, And the computer suggestion is rook c1. Why does it suggest this? Well, because in this position, after we take here and you play rook here, then we can take this pawn, potentially. Because your rook has to do two defenses. Like the rook, by going here, overworked itself. And so we just highlight that with a move like rook c1 and say, okay,
Gotcha.
what do you do now? And if you have to play something like b5, well, now you don't ever kiss c5 completely goodbye, um, and you're losing some control. Uh, Queen b3, something like that. Um, yeah,
Yeah, the more I see about the game, the more I realize this is why you have to learn at a very young age if you want to reach the top. Because there's so much information that you have to assimilate, so many patterns, so many uh, positions that you have to be able to assimilate and kind of log it and be able to, in order to recall it later and use it for, its best practical purposes. And
yeah.
the younger you can start training yourself to do that, the more effective you're going to be at it.
Okay, Hakeem played rook e1. He played your move, your idea. Makes a lot of sense. Why not? Because why did he consider this?
And that is, I would say that's to protect that pawn in case he does decide to take that pawn on a6.
Exactly.
So now he's got some control.
over that
He's stronger. This
B
piece is
file.
the piece is doing nothing here. It's just a stronger position. You are more ready to meet things than with the rook here because the rook is doing nothing on this square. Now it is doing something. If something opens up, I'm already there. Is this pawn is gonna open up and allow that rook to do something? Nope. Not even a potential of that happening anytime soon in the next I don't know how long many moves, right? Like maybe this pawn doesn't move the entire rest of the game. Maybe you know, it's possible. Um, yeah, so he's just saying, "Yep, I'm still attacking your pawn. What are you gonna do?" So now every time a move is made, black has to reassess to some degree, more or less. Like now we're stacking things, right? A white doesn't have to be concerned about this. White's not concerned about this because white, even without taking this pawn, white has advantage. This is if this is capturable and if it's the best move, then this will just increase the advantage. So black has to be aware about losing a pawn, not white. So black has to have an extra thought and an extra check with every change in the position. So this is what causes, things to get crossed. You have to start maintaining things, maintaining idea, um, maintaining vigilance.
One thing I noticed about Hakeem, and I'd like to confirm this when I speak to him again, is that I think what he tends to do is sniff out his opponent's plans and block it, and then make him say, "You have to come up with a new plan now." So he's always putting the onus on the other player to have to devise new plans, and I mean it's just simple nature. You constantly have to create new plans. Eventually, you're gonna have a flaw in one of your plans.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, I mean that's a very valid way, and oftentimes with that plan, with that idea, you're not. There's a lot less danger of falling into something terribly, something wrong. Um, yeah, just for the simple matter that if you're not like, I mean, look at these pieces; they're just normally placed pieces. Two pawns in the center. When you take yourself out of the context of the moves that were played, and just kind of look at the position, you're holding down some pawns. You got a pawn in the center, bishops available, kings, castle, rooks in the center. You can even compare pieces. Like this is more Swiss cheese over here, so that king's a little less tidy, but it's okay. The bishop's over there. Um, there are more points to hit uh, and able to be hit in black's position than in white's. And that's due to the space of these pawns. There are no pawns on the fourth rank. There's no challenge that's been made. Frosty the Funkster says black's clearly winning on drip.
Fact.
Yeah, he just played Queen E7, bro. Oh, he didn't do it last move. He played Rook C8 first. I'm sorry, I was about to lose my mind. I was like, he played Queen E7, but now that hammer is about to start dropping. Oh man, Queen E7 is looking pretty bad after it. I'm thinking like E5, but I guess we could play F6 there. I don't know. E5 looks crazy. Wow. I wonder what. I wonder. Yeah. Okay. B5.
That almost seems the Queen E7 kind of seems to me as like a response to the rook move that Hakeem made. So now if Hakeem decides to take that queen, take that pawn on A6, bishop takes pawn, bishop takes bishop, queen takes bishop, and now that queen can come across and take the pawn on B6. excuse me, B4.
Yeah, and so we have to remember that when this is played, there's going to be rook a8, and it's going to force you to play b5 and tomb your bishop over here. Even if this costs a pawn, it's probably fine. Actually, you have like knight b8 here, according to the computer. I mean, and this is clearly seen that this is a triple attack, so maybe we're playing rook e8. I'm not sure what to do here. I'm not really going to calculate it out, but um, it's playable. Uh, what's scary about this move, though, is b5. And the reason for that is because after a5, you're now having even less control. You're now, um, well, I mean, do we play rook c1? How can we just stop c6 from happening? Like, let's play rook c1. Computer hates my move. Says, oh, e5. Oh, yeah, that's a good counter thrust. Just checking for a move. There's no move in the game. Huh? Nope. King's still thinking. But b5 is interesting because it's kind of counterintuitive to me. Queen a7. Yeah. And if you play bishop c6, rook c1, I mean, like queen a7, bishop c6, d5 even. Oh, you just moved to the other rook. Now you see why you put the
No, I don't see it. What? I don't get it.
because you can't use the pawn because you just lose the bishop. So for example, after d5, yak yak, this is happening to you, this is happening to you, and it does not feel good. You're losing a piece. So that's why no bishop c6. You don't have bishop d5, bishop e4.
Okay.
So what are you doing here? You got to play bishop a8 because you don't want to play this. If you play this, then bishop c7 is hurting. You're losing this anyway. Your whole queen side just collapsed. You're dead. So that's why bishop. That's why b5. So a5 is definitely better than capturing, but bishop c4, and it's just like this is positional domination. Notice that now the only pawn that you have across the frontier is the a pawn. That's sad, but it happens. Kid's putting up some fight. Hakeem is playing extremely tight, extremely hard chess though. He's playing. Let's see if those games came back. Did we get the lower games in? No. Oh, I know what they did. They just put the lower boards there. Um, but uh, but Hakeem's game is on one of the. We should be able to see his moves. Maybe his game is on a different board. Actually, now that I think about it, let's look and see if one of these positions is his position. I wouldn't think so. Yeah, no. So I think they only put those there for the results for the purpose of results. We'll click back on that game and then we'll go back to our analysis. We're gonna save our analysis. Boy. I'm still in the tank over there. Yeah. Queen e7. Promote. Move 17 is what we're on. White to play now. I'm hoping Akeem gets a knockout so then I can get some rest before the next round because this is 13 hours away and I can say that I've been burning the candle at both ends for real. So let's I mean we already looked at the computer line B5.
What if I were white? What would be a next single move?
You know, when you
Thinking maybe rook e3 with the idea that I'm preparing to push. I want to protect the rook. I want to protect the knight on the f file. So I would go rook e3, looking forward to pushing the e pawn afterwards. Maybe.
Does that make sense?
yeah, it makes sense. And it's not bad. I just don't I wouldn't I would um so when this pawn moves forward, we're going to lose some control over some squares, particularly d5. The secondary thing is that we'll no longer have this attack on c7, where we might be making some pressure by playing a rook c1. As we were talking about before, maybe we can just end up um, piling up on the c7 square and on the c file in general. Um, we were just talking. I don't know if you were here, but we were just discussing.
Yeah, the
Excuse me.
possible triple up on that file, right?
Uh,
Yeah,
the,
I
uh,
remember that.
well, no, the b5 push here. Um, where if b5 a5 is normal because b5 and takes, there's queen a7 and the position starts to fall apart pretty quickly. Um, but yeah, other moves. I mean, let's say that we don't know anything about and we cannot see the computer evaluation. I would immediately. Um, right now, it's just. I mean, you can continue to improve. I would consider a move like a3. What has Akeem played? He played d5. And we see that loses some advantage. We start offering trades a bit prematurely, and that's okay. Um, maybe this is a time to start beating back the retreat. I like the computer suggestion b5. It's a move that just gets some eyes all out of our camp, right? You're going to force the queen away because there are potential tactical threats, just winning a pawn simply enough, and things like that with the threats of against, you're looking at the triangles and things, right, where the pieces are lining up, and so this could be an issue. So I like b5 blocking the queen out, lessening the control over things. We figured queen c5, maybe queen b3 or queen c2 after b5. I'm sorry. Um, yeah, and then I think after this, maybe you get away with. Yeah, actually, b5. The knight goes here. We're getting some infiltration, and after b5, I was thinking we were never gonna play c6 though. That's just so sad. We're never gonna get to move the c pawn. Actually, yeah, b5. Maybe we just play queen b3 because if you go to c2, maybe there's just c6 or something. Oh, this pawn is hanging. Never mind. So yeah, maybe we go here. I don't think we're doing this. But knight b6, putting some pressure looks good. E5 looks okay too. And might as well because we still, I was thinking, I don't know why I was thinking we weren't getting this, but we can still play c6. Computer says e takes d5. Takes, I guess we make an isolani. And then queen d8. This variation is hard to play because who's playing queen back to d8? Even if it's better in this variation, because then we're going to mount an attack against d5, the isolated pawn. So, yep, some concessions made. We'll see what the kid does. I keep calling him the kid, but I should probably go and check out what his name. What is his name? We'll go find that out now. Let's get his name again. Mai. So he's playing Hakeem Mai. All right. And we have this Alexander Chernyavsky game. We left it around here. Bishop c1. We saw, okay, and then d5. He did go with the d5 move. Because we were thinking that he wanted to play this. Now you're going to play e5. Knight c6. He brought the knight back. Because he had to defend the b pawn. Knight c6. Rook e1. Rook c8. I don't know. Understand that move. How are you not playing queen e8 or something? Bro, if knight c8 trying to bring this knight over here is the best move. I told you this knight was the worst. Rook c8. Now that knight's never getting over there. And just putting the squeeze. It's like this move says, yeah, your pieces will never coordinate. What are you playing? Knight b8 here. Rook g8. Bishop h6. We talked about this exact attacking plan after the en passant. Yeah, and it's happening. We're looking at it live time. I mean, the structure is the structure. You probably want e5. Maybe you want f5. Make some threats on this knight. Yeah, f5 actually looks a little bit better. But what is knight g2? Not here. And yeah, this is just poking holes.
Almost like a boa constrictor chess.
Yeah. But black kind of did it to himself there. Okay, we have moves. Looks like e5 was played. Oh boy. Let's get back to that game. b5 was not played. d5 was played, and it looks like e5 was the retort. 50-50 on this. This seems to be a better move. I think I would play here. I would even consider bishop c1. Well, okay, we not when this pawn is here when we can play this. So yeah, maybe just back. I would consider these two moves. To a lesser degree, this one, maybe I would say, I'm putting pressure, but why not just put the bishop on a square where it would just radiate its power? Simple old man, old folks chess. So promote that, because that's what happened. Where are the actual chats? Purple. People chat when they want. Can't make a person say hello, but if you want, you can definitely flick your finger and follow the stream over at twitch.tv/Hakeem_live. And we're not going to say or, we're going to say and twitch.tv/Planet Chess Club. Also, we are live on YouTube at youtube.com/Planet Chess Club. Do give us a follow there, a subscription, as they call it there. We appreciate it. Thank you very much. So he's got to move the bishop. There's no reason not to just slide that guy one move back. I expect this to be the move. And then black is going to have to find some other move to make. If I had to guess, I would say that black probably, if not playing b5, is going to play bishop g7 after bishop e3. It's my prediction. This is a very hard game to play from black. And I mean, and
Sure.
I think part of the. I'm sorry to cut you off, but I think that
Okay, fine.
part of the reason for that is that Hakeem is unrated. He has no extra information to go off of, and oftentimes it means easy game, like somebody new, typically, not somebody who's been around and knows chess well, like and then goes to their first tournament when they're an A class player.
When you say easier game for who? Black or white?
I'm sorry. What are you asking?
You said usually unrated player leads to easier game. Easier game for who?
Uh, for
The rated player or the unrated player? The rated player,
the
right?
rated player, yes, because unrated, while not necessarily meaning new or beginner or neophyte or any of those things, it oftentimes means that because of just the way things work, right? Most people, like you were saying, you wish you learned as a child. A lot of people do. A lot of people, it's in schools and all of these things, and it's known that learning earlier is better. So, you typically uh, you will find unrated players as children or people who came to chess as a beginners as adults. You're not going to find somebody who's 5 6 years deep in studying chess and being in chess and immersing themselves in the game and trying to improve, being an unrated in an open FIDE tournament. All of these things
Yeah.
mean something, right?
Yeah,
Um,
much like a person with a degree versus without a degree. Doesn't necessarily mean the person with a degree is smarter, but the odds are higher that they've been in more social situations and uh, more direct instruction that can often give them a leg up. But that doesn't necessarily mean it's going to be the case 100% of the time.
Hey, go ahead and join us in following Stellar Chess. Stellar is a great streamer. He's a master. Elo of these guys, unrated on the left, who is Hakeem, and I think he said 1900 about FIDE. 1950, we'll say FIDE from his opponent. Um, give Stellar Chess a shout out. Also, in Hakeem live stream, if you go ahead and give Stellar Chess a follow, guys.
Lucky Tur has a question about ELO. Would like to know what the ELO of the players are. I know Hakeem does not have a rating at this point.
Oh, I've
Um,
already I answered him already.
oh, okay. Sorry, I missed that.
Yeah. But the re-answer is black is uh about, I think 1900, 1950 or so. Thank you for the follow. If you're following, if not, that was a subliminal message to you to follow if you're already not a follower. Hey, what's up, Santos?
And I'd like to also mention that something I said earlier in the stream where there were far less people here at the time. If you're a novice player, I am a novice player. I'm unrated, but on chess.com, I'm only about 1100. So I'm very new to this. I ask questions. Questions are good no matter what your rating is. Questions are even more important if you're a low rated player. Ask the questions. There's no such thing as a foolish question. The only foolish question is the one that goes unanswered, and that's not on you. That's on the person that's supposed to supply the answer. So please, if you're a low rated player, ask the questions. I'm asking questions constantly. We should all be asking questions. That's how we're going to learn.
Yeah, well said. Yeah, and that's why we're here, just to hang out. You just got your first uh, good rating. And Fide, what's your rating? Lucky. Thank you for the follow, Stellar Chess. The rate and the follow, for that matter. However long ago it was. We appreciate you all being here. We are covering the Panang, I think is how you pronounce it. Uh, the Panang Chess Festival, the 16th Open Tournament. 1904, nice. So you're right up there with these guys, with the player with the black pieces, which is I think his name was Duck Mai. Hakeem Yunusmatov playing the white pieces in this round. It's round four. Well, they have FIDE online ratings. That's got to be OTB, man. Nobody, yeah, he's OTB. If you came in on the raid and you are on a computer, if you look at your browser, there's a question mark at the end of it. Can you remove question mark raid and all of that stuff from it and just have twitch.tv/Planet Chess Club up there? We have Bishop G7. I think this move, and curiously, it likes Bishop E3 and Bishop G5 again. For some reason, it wants to induce Bishop F6 and then put the bishop on E3. The computer think that's the way forward. Uh, so this is going to be interesting. I think we're going to see. Um, I think we're going to see Akeem solid up and make some pretty decent moves. Black is intimating that he wants to try F5. But maybe this is just to say, hey, I'm going to bring my knight here, and I wonder if he's thinking about playing something like this and like just rerouting the knight to D6. I don't know how good that is or why exactly one would want to do that, but it just feels safer. You know, the knight is controlling some light squares around the king. I think black should also maybe consider B5, but it's white to play here. On white's last move, do I think Bishop G5 would have been good? No, because that drops a piece.
You said rerouting the knight to D6. I'm assuming you mean.
Yeah, I'll show you to you in a second. I'll answer this question. I think he's saying like if Bishop G5, maybe because B5 happens, maybe okay, not that move. I don't know. I think we take first and then bring the knight there and then play B5. Because the queen can't defend this knight, and so our queen's under attack. So yeah, that would be a blunder. It would lose a piece and with it the game. With Bishop G5. But yeah, if it were compelled to capture and then capture, and if we had to do this, this is probably close to equal. And what's FIDE rating here? Actress, hey, how you doing? Left is unrated and Hakeem from Hakeem Live, the Twitch channel Hakeem_live, and I believe that white is over 1900, but I don't think above 1950. So we'll say between 19, we'll give it that 100-point berth, 99-point berth, 19 to 2000. Um, I think we can. Let me see if I can see his rating. Actually, I may be able to see his rating here. No, I cannot see Duck's rating. Maybe I can see it over here. He could be unrated, but I think Hakeem said he was 19 something in our pre-game. Yeah, he's actually 1869 according to chess.com. So we'll call him 1900. Maybe I misunderstood. That's probably actually what Hakeem said he was. So Hakeem is making a move. He just played Queen B3. What? Okay, so wait a minute. Let's get back. We saw Bishop C1, and then Bishop G7,
Okay, we have a move.
and then Hakeem has played Queen B3, which is the top move.
Yeah, I was gonna say this is something you looked at earlier in order to keep that diagonal pointed towards the king.
Yeah, yeah, and it was under different move. It was in the idea if under b5, but the queen is not doing anything on this square anymore, and black, like I said before, might be considering things like f5 or f6, and this just takes that kind of away because you're going to open up some things, and you cannot. So, for example, if f6, whoops, you can't go here because queen takes, and you think you can go here until you see bishop c4, and this is when you cry and resign and go back to the drawing board. Yeah. So yeah, 1869 actress. What opening? This was a Grunfeld defense. I know what you're saying. I know what you're saying already, Lucky. You're saying this position came from a Grunfeld. This was not a King's Indian. I mean, and then you look at this and you're like, what opening? Was this a Pierce? And then you say, but there's still a pawn on C. Was this a Pierce? My guy says, I'm getting out of the coin. He really wants to push that F pawn. It's going to be the death of him here. If I had to guess, the way he's been handling his games, I'd say he's probably about at least around 2,000 feet.
Right, a shift on the eval after that king.
Yeah, because he's trying to. His plan is wrong. So this move, the only reason you play this move is because you're trying to play a move, push your F pawn. Probably you're trying to push it here to cover G5, and you don't want to get checked with the aforementioned losing your queen. Yeah, it looks like a Pierce or a King's Indian defense. Totally. Um, yeah, because when you look at it, you say Grunfeld and C5 is not on the board. That's what they're talking about in the chat, Brooklyn. Because he's like, "What opening is this?" Because it's nebulous. It could be a number of things, but it doesn't. It's missing like a thing for each one of the openings it could be, and it's like, yeah, Pierce is probably the closest one. You can't even say Sicilian because C5 never got played. Yellow guy is so young for F5. Well, yeah, I mean he's good. Queen B3. What did Black play? Oh, he played King H8. And then we just got A5, A4. So we're gonna promote that. Hakeem he's in flow right now. He's consistently improving his position. That's one thing. Notice that he's not trying to do anything. He's not trying to attack from a position of relative equality. He's not trying to attack at all. He's just, and this is actually what attack looks like. We kind of confuse that out. Oftentimes when we say attack, we think, we're making large strides with pieces, moving closer, making threats on things. But this is very much an attacking move in that it is gaining space.
Right,
This
yeah,
is
he's not trying to storm the castle, but he's just kind of moving forward, digging new trenches,
this
and
move
then
is yeah,
moving his
it's
troops into those new trenches.
yeah, I
So
agree.
to
This
speak.
is definitely related to counteracting the idea of this knight getting in the game anywhere. He's like, if this knight gets in the game, it's going to have to go to f6. And if you have to go to f6, then you're probably just losing. And so a4, um, yeah, I think it's a very good move because if you don't even have b5 as black, but if you did, there would just be a5, and you don't ever get to play anything ever. And again, there's no c5 because en passant on c6. Could be a hedgehog defense too. Yeah, Santos. Yeah, yeah, he's 1900, man. So, actress, I agree. Yeah, and I appreciate all of you being here. Go ahead and follow over at the YouTube if you will. Please give a subscription over there, and also go ahead and follow Hakeem if you're in Planet Chess Club stream. Do follow twitch.tv/ Hakeem underscore live, and if you're in the Hakeem stream, go over there and follow. You know what? Let me give a shout out. I can just give a shout out. Why? I'm gonna make it easy on you guys. I'm becoming ever the better. Um, ever the better stream mod for for even myself. And then we'll go and do a shout out over here to that stream. So if you look at the top, once that happens, you can go ahead and just click the follow button there. Much appreciated. Much obliged. Much obliged. Yeah, and so A4 is on the board. Hakeem has almost a 2 point advantage at this point, which is definitely a winning advantage in the game of chess, unless it's some weird fortressy position, which this is definitely not. Um, yeah, I'm gonna post this link also in Hakeem's chat. Please go ahead and consider giving us a YouTube subscription. It's free. It's the same thing as a follow on Twitch. Appreciate all of the support. And yes, YouTube chat, we can see you. So if you have questions or concerns or thoughts, anything you want to share, we are here for you as well. Don't be afraid to talk to us.
One thing I like to know for all the people watching, what is your ELO? If you don't have an ELO, what is just your rating on chess.com? What level are you guys playing at? I want to see what kind of range we're working with as an audience.
Inquiring minds want to know. So I have to keep moving. I have the chats covering, like stuck on top. Um, so I have to move them to see the computer evaluation. Says Rook FD8. Yeah, it's hard for black to find moves, and this is what you do when you know your opponent. I mean, it's one thing, and this never goes away in human chess. It's one. I mean, if you know your opponent's position is hard, just let them stew in it. Chances are they're going to make it worse if you don't do anything. But you have to not miss the moment. You have to be sensitive enough to not miss the moment. Well, I can give you my ratings from 20 to 30 years ago for OTB.
It works. Share it. Yeah.
You've only improved. You've only gotten stronger. Santos, we know. We know. Don't think we don't know about you. We know all about you. I know all about you. It reminds me of some creepy old episode of the old original Rod Serling Twilight Zone. I'm stuck in 800 hell on, I assume, some internet server and 1500 on Leechess. Chess.com and 1500 on Leechess. Wait a minute, how are you stuck in 800 on chess.com? That's a large difference, man. That's like 700 rating points. That's like literally half your rate. Like, that's literally the entirety of your rating difference. Those systems are not so far off. I think maybe they're 100, 150 points in difference, kind of like FIDE versus the United States Chess Federation. Hey, what's up, Abdullah? Seems like Black is more focused now. He was getting up a lot. Yeah. Oh, and Abdullah Mulazim says his rating is 1195 to 1215. That's the daily rating. Normally hovering about there. 10-minute games, he's in the 900s. Thank you for chiming in over there on the
Okay.
YouTube chat. Appreciate that, Abdullah.
I like the
Abdullah's
answer.
in all of the chats. Appreciate you.
Very
Thank you for that
similar to where
support.
I'm sitting at. Very similar ground for me. Slightly below that. Yeah. But yeah, I know where that area feels like. And we're all learning.
H6 on the board. He is moving pawns on the in front of his king. Like he's preparing F5. He's playing H6. Like he's all over the place. I mean, look at this bishop. Hakeem looks like he's already ready to move. He's about to make a move. It's as though he was expecting that. Yep. He was about to make a move. He's checking. Yeah, he probably sees Bishop A3. But I mean, there are a number of moves. You don't need to play the best moves in order to. Yeah, he plays Bishop A3. You don't have to play the best moves in order to continue the advantage. And the point is, I mean, where's this queen going? F6? I mean, that's probably. I mean, where are you going? Ah, man. I feel this is just constrictor chess.
Yeah, very boa style.
Been a while, man. I'll be checking in on your Twitch channel. Thank you. No, unfortunately, there is no time because the DGT feed is. I don't even. It's messed up. It was messed up for round two. It's messed up this round on the lower boards. Um, this game should have a feed though. I mean, it's on a DGT board, but I didn't see it. It may have been an organizer mistake or something like that. I don't know. We can just call it technical difficulties. No need to speculate because we don't know. Thank you very much, Abdullah, for that support. Abdullah. Yeah, Hakeem has improved a lot. I can say that. His composure over the board, a lot of things here, you can definitely see he's put in some work, and that's good. I like to see that. You can tell he's worked on his positional understanding and what it means. You know, it's very good to see. This is very refreshing, I can say.
Question about the the bishop on D3.
Hmm.
Seems kind of stagnant. I don't know if that's accurate or not, but it seems to me like it may be stagnant. Would a better square for that for that bishop be C4?
Potentially. Um, it may even be the best square for that bishop might be B1 here. because it's out of the way. It's not doing much over there. Maybe preventing B5, but we already know we have A5, and to refute that. Um, but I mean, it's fine where it is. It could be better here. It has to be somewhere. It's gonna step on somebody. This is the most out of the way this bishop can get, other than this one. So maybe bishop F1, but the whole point of it being here is to kind of keep an eye over F5 a bit. So maybe bishop B1, if B5, A5, and things kind of stay the same. Um, right now, there's an issue with B5 and takes here, potentially winning a piece. So we're waiting for black to move. I'm gonna take a quick break myself, stretch my legs, and come back. We've been sitting for an hour. He just made a move. What did he play? B5. Yeah, and so this move is the nail in the coffin. This is signifying that the game is about to take a bad. I mean, you're giving up a pawn now. Um, this is you don't have control over anything anymore. Um, Maybe you try this move, but if even if you do that, you're gonna get hit with this, and whatever's on C6 is gonna kill you. So he immediately captured. Maybe you don't recapture. Nope, kids recapturing. I mean, you got to recapture, and Hakeem, of course, is going to recapture. And yeah, this is I I expect that we'll see him capture, and then I have no idea what Black is going to play here. If you move, you don't really get out of this because the rook has nowhere to go. Maybe you have to play rook d8 just to step out of here pretty much like as and maybe you like oh boy, this is not good at all. He says so. Santos said 1594 USCF provisional, 1584 from 2003. Man, you went and looked at the you went and looked at the rating report, the supplements. Was TD for USCF K through 12 in Virginia? Okay. And international master in OTB sometime. Nice, Santos. Are you still in Virginia? Yeah, I know the life matters.
I'd say Black is trying to give his hedgehog knight some more squares to go.
Where are you going with it? Because you're gonna get hit with things. I mean, even just now. I mean, even trading this off might even just, and then you end up. I mean, yeah, yeah. Me too, Santos. Me too. Me too. What DMV or out west? Yeah. White player, the player of the white pieces is Hakeem Yunusmatov, and the black pieces is Dukmai. Okay, yeah. Yeah, I'm in the valley Nokin, man.
All right, I have a question, but you said you need to step away for a minute, so I'm gonna wait till you come back to ask it.
Just go ahead and ask it.
All right, with the pawns now, with the black pawns severely reduced at this point. Is Hakeem's focus now trying to get himself in a position to make as many trades as possible of pieces so that he can reduce the board.
Yeah, I mean, reducing the fraction will do it. I mean, he's definitely up. He's up the pawn. Um, that may not be enough, but really, his advantage lies in the fact that all of Black's pieces are dead. I mean, the most active pieces he's going to end up having are going to be the queen and the two rooks. The bishop has no point, no purview. The knight barely has anywhere to go to do anything. So, I mean, it's just Hakeem can continue to improve his position, whereas Black it cannot. There's not enough space for him to do so. The restrictiveness of the pawn on e5, like everything is restricted. And then opening up things just literally opens up things for more squares for white to control. Oh man, I don't like what you are you're bent like I don't even know. I'm from Texas. So like what are we doing? Like he's made a move in knight b6. And like I said, I think what?
Oh, Leesburg, you're right down the block for me.
Oh, that's right. We all in the same area. That's funny. See, yeah, something wrong with you, Santos. Something is really wrong with you, my guy. Why are we like? What are the three worst places in the United States? We just named them in chat. Like, probably not, but at least two. And I'm a native Texan.
I've only been to, or rather through Texas once in my life, and it was the longest drive of my life.
Oh, you must have been driving from tip to tip. You were going west, east to west.
East to west, coming from California to New York, and
Oh yeah, so you had to drive across
oh,
all 800, almost like 900 plus miles, all roughly 1,000 miles of Texas. Yeah, on I-10.
just floored it the whole way, and it still took forever.
Yeah, Texas and Florida, they're like, uh, I don't know, they're like cousins who are too close to one another in the gene pool. That and they shouldn't have been like, and they're like inbred cousins. I said it. Now, whatever. And I don't mean in a good way. Is there a good way? I don't think so.
Tell you one thing, I watch a lot of YouTube videos in Texas. They've got some good barbecue from what I've seen.
Yeah.
They know how to throw down in
Yeah,
Texas.
Round Rock, San Antonio, that's a good area. Like Central Texas is pretty good. I don't know. I haven't been out there in a few years since like whatever. This isn't a political stream. Why is Knight B6 a bad move? It isn't a bad move. There just aren't any moves. And so what happens is you can, like I said all the time, like you can either keep the status quo where you're already losing and and your opponent is just going to continue piling on, or you can try to do something to shake the game free. Knight b6 is effectively a non-move because this knight has nothing to do. Um, it's just getting out of the way of a capture. Quite honestly, it's a non-move. Black has to make moves now. At this point, yes, I would resign as black. Probably. Let me look. Here, this is how we can tell. Would I resign this as black? Uh, not yet. I would play Rook A8 and Knight C8 and try to do something. I would put bodies on bodies and hope for the best. I would first start with maybe some rook here, knight here. I would try to do this plan. It's the only plan, and it's a non-plan, but I would try it. And after being rebuked, I would cry much and and resign. So yes, to answer your question, I would be resigning fairly soon here. And it does like the bishop c6 idea I was talking about earlier. And this is what he puts on the board. I mean, he's just playing like a GM. Hakeem is playing very, very strong chess. I mean, this game is gonna like uh, his accuracy is gonna be well over 90%, or well over 95%. I would think this is close. I would say his accuracy is like 98% here.
Now, is the idea after that bishop c6 move is if bishop takes, pawn takes, and then you push your b pawn to support your c pawn,
No,
and then
it's
you still got the open file on d.
um yeah, it might even be more so that you after takes you just play b5 and then you take the rook and threaten this and then you take the bishop. So for example, if this happens, then you probably just have b5 and then after the queen goes somewhere, maybe d8. Well, if you go to the d file, there's this, but you just have bishop takes c8, bishop takes f8. This is getting defanged. Everything is happening. It doesn't matter what order you actually do this in. Um, because after d takes, for example, where's this queen going? It's just going here because there's literally one move. Uh, we don't even have to take this. The value of this bishop, where's this rook going? To g8. That's how it's going to save itself. So the value of this piece, I mean, I'm starting to look at things like queen here, after rook here, and you as soon as you try to move, I'm already attacking you. Um, Maybe we just play this and remove this. There's like a number of things to do. Yeah, bishop c5. I just pulled a computer, my chat down, bishop c5, and just getting rid of this. We don't even care for the rook. It's immaterial here. This piece will provide the most resistance to infiltration in the form of this. So let's see what was played. Oh, wait a minute. This is all on the board. Uh, he took and then played b5. This is all on the board. I told you Black was giving his knight more squares. What's up, Mr. Rio? Good to see you again. Wait a minute. What? Oh, he took the pawn. Okay, that was possible. Was a possibility, yes. But again, we still just take.
Hold on. Why would you take with the pawn there? Why would you take that bishop instead of just taking the queen?
Because then it's if we take the queen, then you take our queen, and we aren't doing too hot.
Oh,
Yeah,
bishop.
there's
I'm
an
bishop
extra
blind.
piece for Black here. Now White has knight d4. So yeah, this happened, and we arrived at takes. He's saying, and now White has knight d4. I mean, yeah. So now, but the onus is not now. You have to move again. So where's your queen going? Queen d7. Yeah, I mean, where are you going? Queen d7. Do we even still want this? If we take here and bishop takes, this pawn falls. Heck, this pawn's falling anyway. Matter of fact, if that pawn's falling, I don't think we really even want the rook. I would, yeah. I just pull my chat down. Knight takes e5 is the idea. If you take this, then we're just gonna. Actually, we probably can't slip this in now. And the point is that we get all the pieces off. Why is this not being tossed in? Because this just gives a queen f3, I guess. d6. Okay, they're making moves. Let me go back. I'm gonna stop speculating. We're just gonna ride out the rest of the moves. So queen d7 was played. He took on f8 immediately. So he's like, yeah. They're following the line. Rook took. And 95. And we see the game is liquidating. We're reducing the fraction. We're up in exchange and a pawn. That should be enough to win with a completely safe king. X marks the spot.
Now, good of a position as Hakeem is in at this point, does it still make sense for him to go h3 at some point just to give that king some breathing room? Or is that
Uh,
or is that just a complete non-factor?
it's mostly a non-factor actually in this position. You got two rooks. You probably won't need to move one of them off the back rank because there's only one. You have a queen, so there are only two rooks only two pieces from black that can even affect the back rank checkmate. Um, one's the queen and one's the rook. The rook doesn't have. There's no open file except this one, really. So yeah, it's mostly a non-factor. It's always a safe thing. It might be coincidental that this gets played anyway, maybe to give the knight somewhere to go, but I doubt it. It's not. I don't think it's necessary. I mean, if you wanted to do that, you might play g4 or something like that, but I don't with tempo. But I don't think. I don't think anything is going on here. For black, there's no conceivable way with moves of standard reason. That white is going to lose this. Knight c6. Queen c3 good in this position? Nah. Queen c3 just pins. That's probably really bad because of rook e8. Well, not rook e8 because there's like discoveries. But what could we play here? Maybe knight d7. And you're only up a pawn in an exchange. You don't have this. This is 3 attackers and 2 defenders. You're losing your piece back. You probably should jettison it. And now, what are you doing with your like queen g3, queen c7? Like, yeah, you gotta play this. So I mean, and this is even like you can still slip up, but like these moves are unreasonable. Why would you pin yourself? Looks like after knight c6, knight c8 was played. Holding the pushes. It's not. I mean, you still have to win. I mean, just because your position is winning, uh, you still have to win the one game, right? Your opponent's not just gonna roll over. 97, getting rid of the pieces. Again, like I said, only one piece is going to leave the back rank. The other rook is just going to chill. Maybe we'll just see a double up or something. Coach, your brain is like a computer. Thanks for the knowledge. Oh, you're most welcome. I'm out here talking. And I do have a computer here too, so it's not just me. I do have a little help on some moves, to check and keep me correct. I'll check it every little while, just to make sure I'm not offering bad information. Rook takes. What do we have? Bishop e5. Kid is like, I'm gonna keep throwing moves out. I gotta defend some kind of way. Um, you know, maybe here there's just trading off the rooks. There's no check again. But I don't even think that's necessary. Uh, actually, what about queen e3? Hitting the bishop in this square. Queen f3 is a move. I was looking at queen h3 actually just to make the queen take. To do something. That's why I was looking at. Oops, not that move. That loses, but queen e3 I was considering. Just to say what. But Akeem chooses queen f3 because it's better. Why is it better? Because it just is. We attack the queen, we attack f7. Where does the queen go? It cannot defend f7. So you kind of have to take it. And that's why queen f3. That is why queen f3 and not queen e3, because this is faster. The longer the queen stays on the board, the more resistance black can put up. And basically, I don't think the kid's going to resign now, but queen f3 is resignable. Like, that's the last bastion. The kid's looking at it now like, if I don't take this queen, I have to give up f7. And if I give up f7, I'm going to have to take f7 with the rook. Or there's just going to be rook f8 check and infiltration, and then, yeah. And then maybe there you're playing. Queen f3, bishop f4, and then you're going to get g3. And then we're going to force the queen trade anyway. Probably just sit here on d7 so we could play this. So that means, what are you going to do? Stop this pawn, and then this one falls? What are we doing here?
Wow, that's impressive.
No, queen e3, I said. Queen e3. Oh, okay, you mean in the other position after this move. Yeah, but, yeah. But okay, whatever do I know? Whatever. And you go to f3 anyway. That was a blunder. We were looking at queen f3, which was played. We will promote that one. You got me laughing? I know how black feels. Yeah, me too. Abdullah, I know it well. Every chess player has been on the receiving end of this business. And the queen trade is on. And bishop d6. And sure, Hakim's... Bro, his accuracy in this game is going to be insane. Hakim's accuracy in this game has got to be like 97, 98%. Very impressive. Yeah, of course. Santos. Spot on. The kiddo knows. Rook d7 played. And rook b8. We already had this stuff on the board. No. What's your highest accuracy game? I don't know. I played a 10-minute game and beat a 2600, but not OTB. OTB in the 90s, mid high 90s. But on, 97, 98%. But how would I convert this as white? Pretty much exactly the way Hakim is doing. Defend the pawn. This pawn's on pre. The king is probably going to walk up. Maybe he should go here instead, but some move of this nature. No, he plays bishop e5 to prevent the funny business, to prevent the push. He's just saying no to the main plans. He's just towing the line. I think here you just snap this pawn and go back, and then you eventually push. So I would take this pawn and on king. Maybe you don't. Maybe you just yeah. I would take the pawn first, but I was looking at f4 and I could not understand why I wanted to do this. And the computer's looking at f4, but I just omitted it again. Maybe it's because we take with the tempo. And so you don't have time to get the king over. And so where else is the bishop going to go? So you force him to take it, and then you play rook f7. The king can't come closer. So now that completes my idea. And the bishop has to go somewhere. It probably should go to g. Well, you could play g5, but let's say you play something like this, and then after rook d7 happens, and then let's say some bishop e5 or something like this. But the main idea, the main point is that um, I think we can still just play like d6 or b6 or something like this. Hakeem goes for the f pawn immediately. Sands f4. And the king g8. We'll just basically pick up back where we left off. This, I don't think we let the king out. But the point is, I didn't like this move because the king steps a bit closer, and we can't really live on d7. But I mean, we're gonna have to do some more. We're gonna have to push a pawn. Oh, nice. I mean, I've knocked off a few grandmasters, but not online. I mean, not OTB. White is laser focused to keep that bar that high up. Yeah, kid's ready to resign. Rook d7 was played. King f8. Right. I mean, this. What else are you doing here? Yeah, this is a good idea. Rook e1. Because the bishop is running out of life on this diagonal. And if you let this rook get in there, then uh, what are you doing? Yeah, but yeah, only after the bishop is kicked, right? If you play like king e8, this isn't really doing anything. We're getting the pawn. Everything is doing something, but it's really kind of over. There's not much to assess here. It's still a little technical, but there's no real meaningful resistance that black can put up. No real meaningful resistance. Yeah, I'm thoroughly impressed by the accuracy of Hakeem this game. How do you get better? You got to try hard, and you have to put in some study work. If you're, pigs on the 7. I mean, it just depends on what. It depends on how much time you have, and really what your personal association with the game is. If you're casual, or if you have the time to spend. What's the eval say about pushing the H pawn? Um, where did my game go? Oh, this is a different window. Sorry. Is it? No, where did my freaking game go? Bruh. What did you what did you do to my game? OMG. Why is this happening? Chess.com. Why? So much why. Every time chess.com. So much why. So much why chess.com. All right, I guess we're gonna just go into the game review now. Rook d7. What am I looking at? Why is the king over there? Oh, this didn't happen, so we got to go into the actual variation. He just takes king here, rook here. When you don't sub chess dot, what are you saying? I don't understand. What are you saying? What happened? Wasn't me? Oh no, it's because I clicked something. Pay what bill? I'm a I'm a partner streamer. I don't I have I have a permanent diamond membership with chess.com. Um so what where do we get out of here? So oh, he played king g2. And then it looks like this was played, then this was played, then this and then this. It expired tonight. Nah. Never. Like literally it doesn't. It won't ever expire. It's almost like I have a master title. And resignation. All right.
Good game.
Good game. Resignation. This is it. Oh, you know what? I can go back. I can go back to my games actually. One sec. I'm not giving the gift of chess. Stop it, chess.com. Why are you doing this? I'm not giving the gift of chess. I'm trying to close your stupid ad. I'm a diamond member. I don't need to see any damn ad, even from you. All right. Yeah, I knew that guy was cheating. I got my rating points back. It's funny. I stopped playing for it, and then I get rating points back. But anyway, we were looking for my games somewhere. No, where? Oh, where is that? Man, somebody told me it was on the front page, and it was. But then I don't know. So let me go over here to lesson library. No, that's not it. Something else. God, this is so stupid. Load from library. Here we go. Yeah, that's the one. Give me that game. All right. And it stops way back here. Yeah. This didn't even happen. All right. Well, the game is over anyway. We got most of it. Nah, I'm not a member. What? You must be Elite Chessian. I am too. I favor the open source attitude. But okay. White is cleaning house now. He did. He did. So they are off. Hakeem will likely be back. We probably won't have an after game because they finished a bit early. There are games going on around them. But he's probably going to reach out to me here in a bit. All right. Give me a moment to communicate. Thank you for subscribing, Abdullah. We are going to send a raid somewhere else when that comes time. But yeah, so make sure you guys follow. Well, I'm going to give another shout out. We're going to make sure you give subscription to YouTube. Make sure you follow Hakeem Live.
Hakeem said he's going to join us on a call in about 3 minutes.
Okay, got him. So he's packing up the feed. So let me get over there. We'll cut the camera at the last moment. I'm going to take that 3-minute intermission to take a step away. Peace to you too. Walaikum assalam, Abdullah. I'm not a master. I don't have a master title. I'm like a USCF. I'm just over 2,000. I don't. Yeah. The money flow issues preclude me from doing that. Life issues, as you mentioned. I would love nothing more than to become a chess master, but you know, that ain't what time. It's not where it's at right now for me personally. So, hopefully one day soon. But yeah, yeah, I'm not a master. One of the more depressing things about life. But we don't talk about Bruno or that. So yeah, the feed's off. We'll be joined by Hakeem shortly. I had a picture. Let's see if I can. Let me jump on that call.
Yo.
Yo, you are live and the people can hear you. Congratulations on your win.
Thank
Congratulations, brother.
you. Hey, what's up, Brooklyn? You joined the commentary?
Yes, sir.
Hey, that's what's up. Hey man, I think having you guys around watching me is just giving me more finesse in a way.
Yeah,
How's this how did this
the stream was smooth. It was great. We started on time. We got everything going. It was, no problems. Well, I had everything set up it's everything is set up anyway. So when it's time, I just come and basically hit start, hit stream, and we're good to go. We're live on your stream at twitch.tv/Hakeem
Mhm.
underscore live and at twitch.tv/Planet Chess Club and youtube.com/Planet Chess Club. Live on both, viewers on all. Feels good. And I mean, you didn't disappoint there. I would ask, how did you feel about? Well, first, how do you feel about where you're at in the tournament?
Ooh, yeah, I needed this win. Not only it's going to, I mean, at any point, because for those of you who are watching and already know, is that my main goal here, hopefully, if it doesn't get messed up, is to get over 2,000 FIDE. So yeah, so this win contributes another to the goal. So yeah, it's gonna be good, and then hopefully I get paired with a much stronger opponent, and hopefully I can survive in that case. But yeah, I feel pretty good. I feel pretty good.
Yeah, I mean, and that congratulations again. You should feel pretty good because you played a very good game. I mean, I think you had. I'm certain you had over 90% accuracy. I would think that you had closer to like not over 95% accuracy, probably closer to even within 3-4%. I'd say you were above 96. I don't know. The game was dumb accurate. It was just crazy. You
Oh
handled that
really?
game. Yeah, like I mean, I'm talking about yeah, like very very accurate game, man.
Hey,
We were
what do y'all think of my Bishop C1 move?
it
Yo.
wasn't number one, but it was good. Actually, it might have been number one move. I think it like actually no, it liked Bishop E3 first. Computer liked Bishop E3 in that position, mainly because after Bishop C1, it just wanted him to play Bishop back to uh like he played Bishop F6. I think it wanted him to repeat like whatever move he did right before then. And then
Mm-hmm.
it wanted you to go back to G5 and then go back to E3 after he repeated or something like this. Um, but yeah, all in all, I mean the differences were rather minute, and there's just no stopping. I mean, by that time you were just absolutely winning. You were just
Oh
absolutely
really? I
crushing.
didn't
Yeah, like I mean
I
you
didn't know
were
NT
you were
loved me that
pushing.
much.
You were +1 at that time, and then some. As far as the computer eval is concerned. And shortly after that, you were like +2. By the time the queen side stuff started happening, um, like yeah, you were just crushing.
Hey man, that's good. That was good to hear. I felt a little sorry for my opponent, but I mean, overall, this was a pretty good match today, though. I feel very, very happy because, not gonna lie, I didn't. I had the opportunity to be extremely prepared in the opening last night, but I wasn't sure if he was gonna play uh, the grunt film like I was expecting. I was just, oh, okay, maybe he's gonna play the Nemza or something like that. But I was completely shocked when he played it, and then I regretted not reviewing back my lines in this case
No,
because
but you played it like you knew what you were doing because like everything you played like was like I mean the game, dude. I'm telling you, like from start to finish, the game was pretty straightforward. I mean, there was maybe one slight hiccup, but nothing, not anything anywhere near major. Um, like, because I'm not familiar with this Knight A4 variation. I don't even know what the move order was because the DGT boards didn't work. Again, only like the top 6 boards or something had DGT. Yours didn't work at all. There were no moves, so I,
hmm
I had to move them from the camera. Um, they say that
yeah.
wasn't really a
So
groin fail.
I
There's no C5, but yeah, I mean, what? So what's the move order there? So it's D4 knight of 6 C4 G6 knight C3 D5. What did you play after D5? Knight F3.
D5 D5 I took.
Oh yeah, takes and then knight takes and then what did you play there?
Yeah,
Was it knight A4 there or
I
knight
played.
F3?
Yeah, knight A4.
Okay, it's knight A4 there. Okay, so I wasn't sure about the move order
Yeah,
because yeah, but okay. That
yeah.
makes sense. I was looking at
The
it. That's actually I like that because it's just I was because we were analyzing that. I hadn't seen it. And I was like, oh, it's to stop C5, and also maybe the knight goes to F5. It's nice, and he played knight B6, and Yeah, and I don't is knight. I mean, knight b6 was like the top engine line. I think that's theoretical line, but it's like, how do you deal with it? I guess you trade it off. Was he supposed to play like bishop
Uh,
d7 or something?
uh, one of the main lines is that you would play bishop g7, if I recall. Yeah, bishop g7. Knight b6 was a little too early, but it's normal. I mean, a perfectly natural move. But I already noticed as soon as I played this line of knight f4, it's basic. He was already basically struggling because I know as a Grunfeld player, you would want to have c5 on the board, and I'm not allowing you to do so. So he struggled a bit with his development, and some of the decisions that he made, like this b6 bishop b7 move, I didn't really feel like it was the best way to go for him. I think he could have went bishop g4 and try to really attack the d4 pawn and like putting pressure on my d4 pawn in that sense. By the way, this knight a4 move, it's actually courtesy of my coach right now. It's actually called the Nadayan variation, which is the name of my current coach, which is Ashok Nadayan. So he invented this side of knight a4. So I tried it a couple of times. So we worked on the positions together, and it's a very good opening actually, and I told him this is going to be a very rare move and a good surprising move to play in the tournament. But he said like, oh, would everybody would know this move of 94. I'm like, no, you have not been at the lower levels for so long. So yeah.
Yeah, I didn't even know it, but I mean, once I saw it, it was just like, okay, I get this. I'm still like, I'm glad I saw it because I'm considering it. I'm still like stuck on that move because uh, but yeah, I mean, you did say that he played knight b6 too early, and I think maybe that was the issue that for him because like I kept railing. I was like, you can't play b6, you can't play c5, you can't do this, you can't do that. Like so, knight b6, I'm pretty sure is an inaccuracy um, because it just
No,
seemed like right away
not
though.
be.
Like I mean, the computer was saying
Uh,
that. I think the computer was saying knight b6, but I often I sometimes I disagree with the computer sometimes, much to my own chagrin. But it just seemed like all the problems. Like I'm actually gonna look at the game, pull the game up for the audience,
y-
because we're just talking about it. I
yeah.
don't have the moves on the board. I'm sitting here going from memory. Um, so yeah, so what happened? Okay, so it was knight d5, pawn takes, knight d5, e4. And then
Not no e4.
oh, not
No
knight
e4.
e4, just knight a4 right away.
Just knight a4 right away.
Okay, got you. And then he played knight b6 right away. What did he, or did he play bishop g7?
He played knight b6 immediately.
Okay,
Knight b6, then bishop g7.
okay. So knight b6.
Yeah, then bishop
So this didn't
g7.
happen. So knight a4, knight b6, bishop g7. What did you play?
I love
Did you
that.
play e4 or knight f3?
I played e4 here.
Bishop g7.
I think
What?
I left
Knight
my
f3.
squish at tournament hall. Damn.
Oh man, you better go get that.
Hold up. Hold up. Let me go get it.
I mean, I have the moves from the stream if we need to extract it, but yeah.
No, no, no. I think it's fine. Hold up. Maybe I can even get on. I think it's still hopefully not a whole lot of players left. Um,
I'm sure you packed that up and put it in your bag.
no, no, no. The reason why I didn't actually even left. No, I didn't even pack my stuff up because since we're gonna do the 3 o'clock stream, it's not gonna be too far out, and I'm too lazy to pack it up
Oh,
everything.
speaking of that, I need to get some. I need to freaking get off of here so I can come back in a couple hours, man.
Yeah, 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 yeah. Sure, of course. Brooklyn, are you a bit silent?
It's, the biggest thing I noticed from the game is that it didn't really seem like you were um in an attack mode very often. You were more so in a constricting mode where you were trying to restrict the movements of your opponent until they just had nowhere else to go, and they were kind of forced to make bad moves after that that you could kind of capitalize on until basically you slowly but surely broke them down. That's my novice interpretation of what I saw.
Yeah, I would definitely say I wasn't in an attacking mode immediately. Everything was just about development, positioning my pieces to better squares. I would say there was an important moment. I'm not sure what the engine would say. When I play Bishop G5 and he plays Bishop F6, I had an option here. Well, technically, I have three options. I had an option to play Bishop H6,
Yep.
taking the bishop, or Bishop F4. And I hope that, I mean, taking the bishop is pretty normal, and then maybe would have been a little bit easier, but I decided to keep the bishops on the board. You know, the more pieces there is and the less time on the clock, I would say it's going to be pretty complicated in that stage.
Yeah, at that point, the computer value it was looking at bishop h6, um, bishop f4, and like bishop e3, and to a lesser degree, bishop c1 was in there. But the best move there was it was liking after bishop f6, it liked bishop f4, and then there was some move after that. Um, Let me pull that up actually. Bishop g5, yeah. Bishop f6, bishop g4. I mean bishop f4. I think the computer was liking bishop e3 here. Oh no, it was h4, right? And then so h4 was the top line. Bishop
Oh,
h6 was
that's
second.
crazy.
Yeah, I remember now. Yeah, bishop h6 and h4 were the top lines, but bishop e3 is second. Bishop f4 is also fine, but it didn't like that it allowed a6, which your opponent played, and this kind of brings it closer to equality. b4, top move. Um,
I was
and
actually scared of c5 in this variation. I didn't really much care for a6. I was scared of c5 if he had played.
um, yeah, c5 looks kind of weird to me because I think maybe you have just bishop b5 after c5. Yeah, that's what
There
yeah.
were also there were also intriguing moments where a couple of times where if he were to play c5, I would want to play the move 95 where he trades and then hopefully I get to open up the d file
Mm-hmm.
against the queen and trying to create some double attack, but I didn't see any opportunity to do that. Or maybe I missed it. I could be too sure about it. I'm gonna have to look that up later.
Yeah, it was good. It was just this interesting point here for Black after you played b4 that it was liking just sacking the c pawn. I think he ended up playing like rook c8 or something here. Yeah, rook c8, but I think it was excuse me. It's definitely queen e7. Um, I think what I'm gonna do, because I really gotta take off to step away if I'm going to, because I'm on the other side of the globe with game.
Yeah, yeah, yeah,
My
yeah, yeah,
sleep
yeah,
patterns
yeah.
are
Take
all
some
messed
rest.
up, and I don't want to, dip out prematurely. But I think it is what needs to happen so that we
It's
have some
okay.
decent coverage
As soon as the
next round.
yeah,
I do
yep, yep, yep,
apologize,
yep.
Chad, but I got to get some rest. It's imperative so that we can continue to bring you the coverage. Um, we will do a recap at the end of the tournament, and hopefully we will. So we'll be back in about 2 hours, essentially.
I
Uh, I got to get the stream
I
set up
chat.
for then.
I appreciate everybody who stopped by, who dropped follows for me and Planet also. So yeah, pretty
Thanks,
much
YouTube. Thanks,
appreciate it.
Twitch.
And yep,
Thank you,
yep, yep.
Brooklyn Raw. Thank you, Hakeem. And thank you for uh, the Panang Chess Festival. Fide and everybody involved. It wouldn't be if all the parts weren't there, then none of this would be happening. So thank you
All
all,
right.
and yeah,
Now
See you
now
all
it's
in
time to
another
raid.
minute.
who shall we raid?
Who shall we raid, ladies and gentlemen? Let me open up.
Yeah, chat. Come on, chat. Take care and good night. You too, Santos. Thank you for being here. It was much more enjoyable with your presence.
Feel like we gotta raid. Oh, I'm not sure who to
Let's.
raid.
I'm
That's
looking right
crazy.
now. I'm gonna choose the raider. I'm gonna choose the raid. I'm gonna look.
All right.
I'm gonna choose the raid. I'm searching right now. Oh boy. Oh boy. Oh boy. Okay. All right. Let's see. That's me. That's you. um. Let's go with. I'm thinking. I'm thinking. Let's go ahead and send that to H1. Yeah, we're gonna rate H1
H1.
chess. I got your stream. Don't worry about it.
Oh, you know how to? Are you able to do the raid?
Oh no, because I'm a mod only. You got to do it. Yeah, I forget. I thought mod could.
Yeah.
I thought you could allow mods to do that. He's doing an educational. He's looking at. He's doing some educational
All
stuff. He's a
right.
good guy. Go over there and give him a raid.
H1. Yes. Am I raiding the right person? Is it H1?
All right, and I can push the raid button. Or you already raided? No, you. Oh no, I can't do that either.
Nah, I'm gonna push the raid now.
All
All
right.
right. We just waited on mine.
All right, and I am rating on this end in just a moment. And I'm about to stop the stream. Take care, YouTube. Take care, Twitch. See you guys in about 2 hours. Peace.